where we are, and it's going to be a long walk to freedom when we are looking at who we go for it. Tough talk is cheap, but doing it is not that easy. So I believe that children can be raised with very respectful, and they still not lose their culture even while they are here. For instance, whenever we go out with my children, people always say, "Wow, they are very respectful." So they learn anywhere they want to learn. And children can in Nigeria, can, like I said, can be very rude and they can be very respectful, and they know what they want from life. Every child in this world, whether I go to Guatemala, go to anywhere, the dream of every child is the same. They want, just like any other adult, they just want to be able to grow up to become somebody, a firefighter, astronaut, pilot. Every child around the world, wherever they come from, they have the same dream. They may not have the same opportunity, but it's the same dream around the world. So it's not necessary that they are losing their heritage. So people, one of our family friends went to Nigeria. Our experience from the airport was very brutal. It's just like she was attacked by the immigration, her passport. So sometimes we are the best advocate for ourselves and make the place safe for ourselves because the behavior sometimes is very wrong. But then I'll let other talk. I don't have to spend 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Heda.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him. I wanted to ask some questions. Like, your family, do you take them to Nigeria? Do you take them to Nigeria for visits and back?
Yes, I do. I do take them, and I appreciate that. Actually, my children, we have what is called give back to the community. So I take them there, but it's very challenging. The
Mm,
security is very challenging.
mm,
But then I do it because that is what. But if I think their life is in danger, I will not do that. So I make sure
mm.
that I provide them the necessary security and give them the comfort so they'll be able to do it with a lot of challenges, with a lot of challenges. But yes, I do it every year with my children.
Okay, so if let's say in America now you think about it, um, black maybe Nigerians that went from Nigeria to America that don't take their children to Nigeria. If you just rack your mind, do you see a pattern that indicates that the ones that don't take their children to Nigeria versus the one that take their children to Nigeria and bring them back, which of the children tend to be more balanced?
It is many. I think it's the same thing. Like I'm saying, it's a challenge of security. I think many Nigerians, and then the rocky thing that you face with the challenge you face. Like I told you, our family friend, he went to Nigeria. Now without even before he entered before she checked out to the arrival, she was already being harassed by immigration, her passport, and all of. So all those things you can imagine. My in-laws, that's in Ibadan, right between Lagos. They said they were driving. They said they were in the wrong road. Some Agboro came from nowhere with police. Police came and she was traumatized. Ayo and Jew,
Mm.
they were
The,
traumatized.
the point I was the question I was asking was about, like, in America, the black people that are there, the Nigerians that are there that that don't take their children to Nigeria at all, that they don't go to Nigeria, they
Okay,
don't take their children to Nigeria.
let me
Please,
help
I
you.
beg,
You
make
see,
una no
Let me
vex.
help you.
Make una no vex, I beg. Make
Let me
una
help
no
you
vex,
this.
I beg. Make una no vex. Mr. Forefathers,
yes.
most children are over 18, 20. You think you can force them to go back to Nigeria? So what
Not
exactly are you thinking
most
about? Are you thinking about little kids that you can just you have the will to instill your will on? When they tell you we are going, you can go.
So sometimes it's not will, right? It's a culture you
You know what
grow
I'm
in
saying?
them.
But after a while, your culture is not their culture anymore. You cannot force them. It's what I'm
You
trying
see
to say.
that's the
No,
point
it's
I'm
not
trying to
correct.
find out.
It's not correct.
Let me answer it, and because I still have my time now to say that, go directly to your question, forefathers. The children, every home is different. You can still be here like you are very close to Africa. Depends on how. My pastor friend, Pastor Kenneth, to put him on the spot. All the children here Igbo. I don't know how he did it. All of them, from the head to the toe. And they
Yeah.
live here in Dallas.
And they don't travel to Nigeria.
Once in a while, it
You
take
can
them.
do what?
But
Okay, then he travels. So I'm talking about the
yes,
ones that don't travel at all.
they want is still home. The home is all that it determine, and all of this thing going here and all of that. I think when it's a cultural thing and every home is different. If you instill it in the children, make it a priority to them, make it
I'm telling you, they will
they,
love it.
they
If you
would
do,
love.
they will love
My
it.
children love going there, in
They
as
will
much
love
as
it.
challenging.
I
So
don't
it's all
understand.
about what you present to them, how you make them feel. The other one that doesn't go is like they present a wrong thing. Even from the school, if you tell them, oh, what is Africa? Some of them would defend Africa with their blood, the young ones, and some of them they say it depends on what you instill in them. So I think it's all about the home they come from.
Exactly.
The patterns I see here, no, the outcomes might be the same, but the patterns I see here in the UK, if you look at the parents that have their children travel to Nigeria and back, the children tend to have a kind of
How many,
extra
Daddy?
resilience. And not only Nigeria, even let's say the person is from Morocco or from other countries, the ones that take their children back to their country, especially like if it's in Africa, let me just mute Uzo. If it's in Africa, they tend to have more resilience. They tend to be able to um, they tend to be more balanced versus the ones that just grew up here. They never send them to Nigeria or send them to any African country where they are from, and they just grew up here. It's not like they don't do well. It's just that their whole focus is on staying here, and they don't want to have anything to do with the other side anymore. And then the question you have to ask yourself is, okay, maybe they are doing well here, but you've also cut them off from their culture now. Now they will just become British, American. America is even more forgiving because they have a lot of black people there. But in Britain or Europe, it's only people they have. You see what I mean? And the culture completely transforms, and you will be the last line of your culture that you've just sent your children over there to go and become foreign. So the point I'm trying to make is that from my observation, the ones that don't travel back are less balanced. From my observation, and that's why I'm
See,
asking this thing.
but for us,
Uh,
to be told,
go
man,
for
I will tell you this.
go
I
ahead.
think this thing you're saying about like, yeah, if it's prevalent most in probably Nigerians. If you speak to other African
Mm,
national, you understand, you'll be surprised like how fast they go home even more than Nigerians
mm.
because this Nigerian like. Abiyibo, spray. You just want to be like them by all means. You understand? What's wrong?
You
Is
saw what he said. This one is probably in the West. He said he learned resilience in Africa because if you don't take them back, there's something. See, some of them grow up here saying they're not having children, they are not doing this, they're LGBT. What are you gonna do?
whatever.
You can't do anything.
You understand? No, and see, and apart from that one, say fathers, the truth is right. Look at the youth of these days. Okay, maybe because of the Davidos, the Wizkid, and these young musicians. Most youths haven't clinging to become I'm Nigerian, yeah, Africa. They want to like because of the this young generation, Africans are doing well. Most young ones are even where are you from? I'm from Nigeria. They don't want to say no, I'm British, I'm not Nigerian, I'm half British, half Nigerian. So tell you I'm Nigerian, even if they are born here, because of the way the way you put it in them. But people will say like I'm here, I don't want it to do with Nigeria. It's your mentality.
Mm.
Unfortunately for that, it's still that to your children. And we globe the same thing, but there are many parents who still believe, even if they know Africa, Nigeria is not good right now at the moment. They wish they want to go back home, and because they wish they want to go back home, they are also putting that in their children to look at your point in your time. There will definitely be a time you want to go back home, but probably at the moment you are not there yet because of this
Mm.
false narrative that's selling to you about Africa, about Nigeria, that fraudsters, that this and that, security. That. If it's so bad, everybody would have been dead in Nigeria. But for crying out loud, you understand, people still go back there. You understand, the more we run from there, white people go there, they don't die, they do business. Chinese go there, they don't die, they do business, they sell. But we, no, we just have this mentality that it's not good. We come back here and we just living this prison lifestyle. Wake up in the morning, go to work, come back, sleep. Wake up in the morning, go
Thank
to work,
you.
come back, sleep. And that's the way you live your life till you die. That's how
Mm.
you live your life till you die.
Thank you. I think it
Okay,
is it not
come on.
Uzo that was talking.
It's my
Uzo,
turn now. Yeah.
yeah,
Let me take my turn now.
yeah. Because
Papa,
yeah, carry on.
I don't really know where with this question. I don't know where you're coming from. But as far as me is concerned, I take my own as a person and people around me. I said this is the other day. It doesn't matter how long you've been here, but one thing you know that the bright people not to go back home is the document. Documents have 80% role to play. Even though they have keys here, they can't cross entire port. But 80% of those that have a document, all right, go home. I'm involved. Anything like I'm an Igbo guy, you guys know. Anything about my culture, everything I'm involved. I know so many things. Even my uncle that have been here after the war, the child is doing. He born up with children here. He's marrying a white lady like next 3 weeks. He's doing a traditional wedding, a buy price, full buy price. All right. The boy, he speaks Igbo, he hear Igbo. He say he want a traditional wedding. All right. He was born here, everything here. All right. So is it because the man have not gone home back to Nigeria, or the man have not touched Nigeria? That means he will not bring up his kids in the way of the tradition of his forefathers. And no, it doesn't have to. It's all that their own personal decision. Just like my kids now. My rice at least every 2-3 days rice fufu. So they know me as rice fufu. Daddy every day rice fufu. Every day rice for fufu, rice for fufu. They don't count pizza they eat or what they know that kind of. So it depends how you are bringing up your own family, where you are bringing own kids. So shall you okay, you be. You can't judge somebody else. I know recently, all right, people are beginning to like go back to like most kids born early 2000, all right, 2098, all that kind of around, all right. Then most people that was here, I know some of them was here, that one people was here, they were scared for immigration, more don't have paper. So they can't even speak Igbo to their kids. So it impacted that set of people born that year who they have a community, start learning Igbo language, start learning, start being afresh. But the one that have been here over 2000, all right, they all hear Igbo, they do everything in Igbo language, they even speak, they do everything, all right, because nobody's scared. They will report, nobody's scared anymore. They will do everything. So everybody have their own way of, even Yorubas also. As of the day of you come here, you come to my place. Everybody was together here, we speaking for Yoruba. Every language, everybody speaking it. Nobody like, because of you are here, that means your culture, tradition, or this will disappear. All right. It's not done that
Thank
way.
you.
I don't know how UK is, but here I'm in America. All right. Here I'm in America. My kids, their
Thank
name
you.
are Igbo
Thank
name.
you.
And let me tell you this again. It depends how people like, even my workplace, they try to like, okay, you're an African, you're Nigerian, this, that. Let me tell you, what do they know me in my workplace? They kind of catch an a antelope, that I catch a lion, come out his teeth and let the lion go. Because people are like, you have lion in your place. I used to wear a necklace that have like a lion teeth. They say, yeah, I say I catch a lion, remove his teeth, and let the lion go. And they believe me. So when you see a person, one person is normal that believes that kind of thing, all right?
Mm,
So that's how it
thank
is.
you.
So that's me.
Thank you. Listen, I think what is coming through is depends on the kind of homes you have. Um, the problem, my observation is that most of us don't have time to make short homes. I would like to know from this thing, Madam Luke later on. Oti, thank you for joining us. I'm sure you have your own views on this. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, good evening, everyone. Yes, I've not been on this platform for quite some time now. Um,
Yeah.
and since I've been listening, I think for us, this perhaps I would
And
think is
Ochi, we do not miss you.
this one. Listen,
Come
I
on,
don't want anybody to miss me.
don't mind him, Oti, you're
I
welcome.
cause trouble. And so now the thing is
You
this.
do ask questions.
This is an important topic, and as far as I'm concerned, for us, perhaps it's the most important topic. Since I've been listening to this platform. But it's like people don't really get the general, point, the general sense of what you're asking about. It's not. Someone should not take it personal because it's an important question that pertains to us as a people. Um, Let me maybe direct a few, questions to Madam Luke. Madam Luke, I assume you're an Igbo woman. Am I correct?
Wow.
I'm asking a question.
Nope.
Okay. Okay, yes, you're Igbo, right?
Nope.
And I don't know how long you lived in
I am
America.
I am half Igbo.
Okay, okay. I don't know how long you lived in America.
30
Okay,
years.
okay, that's fine. And only in America or somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay, you're half Igbo. No, no wonder. I can see the confusion.
So
No, I can see the confusion. No wonder.
let me this
No
is
wonder.
Oh
No,
my
no,
God, you know,
I can see the confusion.
I see the confusion.
Ah, no wonder.
this is important. So you have children. I have children. A boy and a girl. I don't know. Do you have children yourself, Madam Luke?
Oh, is that interview? Personal interview?
I don't know.
Don't
Maybe
start
discussion.
now.
Why this
No,
man
understand.
dey take time?
No,
Say your view, my brother.
Okay, you want to apply?
You
Sure,
see,
you
you
want to apply?
guys, you like to put people in a
No,
pigeon in a
it's
pigeon
either you
hole.
have
Don't
children,
say you
have
guys.
children.
Say Oti. Say his name.
Either you have children or you don't.
I have a reason for asking the question.
Oti does not
I have
represent the
children.
guy, so in
But
fact,
you see,
outcast him.
just like my
Okay, okay,
parents,
it's okay. Don't
listen,
answer. That's
just
okay.
like my, I will answer because just like my parents did not tell me what to do, I don't tell my children what to do. I'm sorry.
But that's not the question. That's not the question. Whether you have children or not. Okay. Now the thing is this. And for me, as I said, this is an important topic, you know, and something most of us cannot really escape or avoid, no matter how hard you try. As a man at my age now, I can tell you I'm taking quite seriously how to go back home. Okay, in Igbo language, there's a saying, is a proverb. "Isidi can have a number." You know, as a man, really, you shouldn't be buried in a foreign land. Okay, and now, and you have children, and you're
But
not
Mr.
thinking about.
Let me ask you this. Just a question.
Okay, go
It's a
on. Ask
question
me. I
though.
don't mind.
All right.
Yes.
I have this auntie. I want to just add. I have a auntie that died here. All right. His will, they bring back home. The children said they should bury their mom here. I was buried here. All right. Here they can come and take. So when you die, do you think you have any like anything like that to bring not to bring? No, with the Igbo culture, say bring back home. But there's a time in a man's life that your children will decide what is going to happen.
Okay. So let me address that point this way. You see, first of all, you talk about a will. A man's is called a last testament. You know, so that really the will of the man, his intention should have been respected by the children. And by the way, the children, they don't have any right really to determine where the father should be buried. You know, so he was born somewhere. And as I said, having children in a foreign land most of us are in difficulty. You may like to deny it or had your, you know. Now you have children in a foreign, they don't speak your language. Say, for example, an Igbo man, you have children that bear Igbo names, they can't speak Igbo. Really? You really think those are your children? Do you really? I mean, what have you bequeathed to them? What is your heritage? What forms their identity if they cannot speak your language? So these are the challenges we face. And of course, we know maybe some people do manage it, but for most of us, it's impossible. It's difficult. And it's not a question of taking them on holiday to Nigeria, to Yoruba land, to Igbo land from time to time. They should actually grow up in Igbo land, Yoruba land, and learn the way of life, the culture. Okay, this is important. This is critical. And then this really brings to the fore this whole thing, JAPA or whatever. It's a misfortune. I don't think we are, you know, maybe we might think we are the lucky ones, privileged in some way, yes. But the whole thing is economic. Minus the economic imperative. Why should we be here? Why should we be living in a foreign land? So this is that is the question. Because I mean, someone is born in the place for a reason. And you ask yourself, why don't Europeans, English, come to Nigeria and live and forget about England, cold, wet England? You know, so we come here, then we think that's progress, that's an improvement. No, it's a misfortune. We should fix our home as a people. You can travel, see the world, and come back home. So for myself, I'm preparing. It doesn't really matter, what shape or what form Nigeria is, because that is my home. I don't have another home. So this is I've lived in Germany, and I'm living in the UK now. But none of these places is my home. It's so simple to understand. And the thing, if you're not really thinking about going home, how do you expect your children to go back home at some point, or even to take okay, maybe you die, they take your corpse back to to wherever, Nigeria? Is that possible? So this forefathers,
Mr. Oti, Mr.
yes.
Oti, have you ever heard of cremation? Have you ever heard of cremation?
I have indeed. Yes. And what problem does
Thank
this solve?
you. Which one is all this dragging of body back to Nigeria?
Oh yes, you have to be buried amongst your people, amongst your forefathers. Yes. You don't see the value in that.
I beg your pardon.
You don't see the value in that. You don't understand
I
that.
beg your pardon. You
Yes.
know what?
To be a minor in your father's house.
Listen. So perhaps we think all this is, because we
There is a
live
reason
in
why
the
they
West.
do all these
We are
things.
civilized.
I don't see why, but Luke is completely divorced from
Sorry.
this conversation.
Life is spiritual. These things are important. You can't just take them, because
only men can talk this
okay,
thing.
okay. Now
You know
listen.
Other women, maybe I will hear from Mama Echo,
Sorry,
because
hold on.
I need to hear from other women, because
Madam,
it's ridiculous.
yes, I'm a man.
Only some men. Only some men.
Sorry, you see, Madam.
Thank you. This is ridiculous.
Oh God. Now, so there's something Madam Luke mentioned. So for the women, I don't know why any man, any husband should care if your wife does not want to go home. Let her stay here, go back home, and then maybe if you need to marry another wife, make more children. Oh, so why not? So let the women stay here if they want to stay here, and then enjoy that power, that freedom, that matriarchy. So what is the problem? So we've got to be realistic. We've got to be practical. You've got to be men. So what are we talking about? So look, and you see, we are people. We can't just allow our way of life, our heritage, our culture to just go to disappear. For what? So that's how we look at it. So forefathers, thank you for bringing up this topic. It's quite important, So
it's only it's only
Forefather, I would like to explain myself on this particular subject. I have much to say, and I would require a whole 10 minutes to let them know what I've won. In all honesty,
Jesus Christ.
And I've never asked for 10 minutes. I've never asked for any particular time. I'm doing it this time because this subject.
I agree, I agree. We need to hear from you, please, Jagun. Please, somebody else.
Eshena, thank you very much, my dear. You see, if I may, forefather, I don't know if you would allow me.
Yeah, I think when it gets to your turn,
I dash you my 5 minutes.
Exactly. You see, exactly. Ferrari comes first. Ferrari, please go
5
ahead.
minutes. Jago, I give you my 5 minutes as well.
You see all these, you see all these Democrats. You see them. Ferrari, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am shocked that Oti is among those people who believe that Africa should only be a graveyard, because that is what Africa has been since they came to take us away as slaves, and since the time we have returned back to be slaves, voluntary slaves to this white system that we are under. Africa is not a graveyard. Where African man will go abroad to study, you will go abroad to drink their tea, do everything.
Sorry, excuse me, Ferreira. I don't know why.
Let me land, Oti. Don't worry. I will remedy your situation. Don't worry.
No. Sorry, but I never said.
Let me land. I got more to say on this this concept that Africa should be a graveyard, because that's what Africa has been for our people. And
who said that? Is that what I said?
It does not matter where we are. I said I will remedy the situation. Maybe this will make you feel better. For it is better for me to live among my people while I'm alive than for me to
excuse me. Did I ever give? Did I imply?
No. Oti, please let him land and speak, please, my brother. Don't defend everything.
Going to the Supreme Court. Don't worry. You have time for appeal. Don't need to rush. So There's this concept that Africa is a graveyard, and we are making it a graveyard even from our thoughts. We live all our lives abroad, and when we die, we get buried in Africa. We don't use African name. We don't buy African things. We don't wear African clothes. But the graveyard part, we always make sure that's when our Africanism comes out. So let that be. I would rather live among my people. I feel sad right now that I'm living not among my people, that my daughter is not living among my people. But something drove us out, and that's one of those things we have to remedy. So that at least let it be a choice, not a situation of being forced or survival. That's the argument here. So the West, let me first of all talk about my daughter's generation. Very lovely, adorable generation. This new generation, the children we're having, my God, they are taking the West by storm. They are shining like stars. They are just there. And at least in America, I don't know what the story is in London. I hear that they are having marital problems in London. We will deal with that some other day, that the women are driving their husband out, to the point that my brother had to form a WhatsApp group of all the men that have been driven out of their This is a serious problem for them in London, but let them deal with their problem over there. Let's talk about America here.
Your brother not from any group. Why they lie?
I'll show you. It's not. I'm not lying. It's here on my WhatsApp group. It's here.
Open a musi.
At any time they said, I don't know why they. Let me go. Loco, the next person I'm going to attack in this panel will be you. You and that your long beard, because every time you talk now, it's always against my position.
No, Alaba, anytime you are the comment section, I read your comment.
I beg Ferreira, don't bring beard into it.
I know, Jago. It will be like, say, I'm throwing stone to the house. Anyway, make I continue. So the children are wonderful. If you go mostly to American universities, it's our children. If you go to their graduation and you listen when they are announcing names, at least the percentage that are Nigerians that are being called, and they love Nigeria, they love Afrobeat. If you go to any Afrobeat show, my God, the crowd, you're just, I mean, if nothing makes you proud to be Black and African, that does. Just watching this our children's generation. They are amazing. And they want to go home. You know, I can't even count how many times my daughter will keep, Dad, when are we going to Nigeria? Dad, when are we going to Nigeria? You know, but I noticed one thing. They go to where welcomes them. Ghana has opened its arms wide for them. If Ghana does one festival every year, Afrochilla, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of it. Afrochilla, my God, the number of African Americans, and I'm not even talking of Nigerian descent, African Americans that go for that show is unbelievable. I'm talking thousands. They go in groups, they go as nurses, doctors, teachers. They spend a month, 2 months there. While they're there, they even walk. They would, do this work service. If they are nurses, they go into the villages. Ghana has so refined it to this extent that they have series of events they even do for them. They even give them an African name, a ritual they process. But when my wife told me she paid $50 to get an African name from Ghana, I was leaving. I said, okay, you could have given me $10. I got thousands of African names to give you. But that's the joke part. But they are trooping down there. Ghana is welcoming them. Ghana is safe. They are not harassed by immigration officers. The police, there is at least maximum amount of security. They do HB and B or AB and B, whatever they call that. They do hotels. That's how a country should be. Just hearing the Ghanaian story, and it's been every year, makes me feel ashamed of where we are in Nigeria. And this is what we have to repair our country, drive out these criminals so that this can, because I notice is that even the African Americans here, they want to go back. There's that nostalgic root feeling of that connection with Africa that they want to explore. They might dislike us, they might hate us, but if they want to, if they want to go and experience it in Ghana, that one has been very emotional for them. They take them through the slave route. They go to where the slaves are taken away. Ghana just had it well refined. And we have all these things also in Badagry, in Calabar, but look at us. From the airport alone, the national crowd that will welcome them at Lagos airport alone is so embarrassing that I can't even go to Nigeria all by myself without proper security arrangement. I'll talk less of them coming. So we need to drive out these criminals, exploit this connection that we have with this, and make the Black race proud. This issue of us just living the way we have, in the likes of drug dealers and Tinubus and people who have no progressive vision to be in charge of our destiny, is really sickening, because we are a great people. We just need to raise our thing high. And it is sad we are living away from our people. It's not what we wanted, but it's what something has pushed us there. But we need to be reunited with our ancestors. We need to fix our land. And this, when we argue these political things, it's because of things like this. Now, on the loss of the cultural aspect that forefather was itemizing, yes.
You're not going to speak. You are spoken for more than 5 minutes already.
I didn't even know. Anyway, last one. Let me that last one on the cultural one that forefather is saying.
Of course, you won't know.
You see, the important, we're gradually in genocide, because most Igbos let their children speak the language. Is harder. So any race that is gradually losing its language is being wiped out gradually. And the more we keep thinking that coming abroad is the symbol of success, over time we will wipe ourselves out. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Jago, yeah, you're welcome. I don't know why you want to talk for 10 minutes on this topic, but it's all good.
Bro, if I may, my brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Go ahead.
I thank you, forefathers. One, for bringing on a very interesting subject. And there's one thing about you, forefather, that we can all agree upon. Amongst all the foibles that you carry along with you, interesting is something that you very much are. You're an interesting individual, and you come with a very interesting and important subject. And me, for one, as being a member of the diaspora, so to speak, for the longest time, all of you people here, you are all newcomers as far as I'm concerned. You understand? I'm 54 years in the diaspora. You understand? So given that, all of you are as Mama would say, my Pekin, all of you. What I mean is,
are you born here in diaspora? Are you born?
I was born, but I'm a very interesting person myself, my brother. I'm a Nigerian, fully fledged, 100% born and bred. You get me?
Tinubu age mate though.
Huh? You say what? I be Tinubu age mate. No, he's an old man to me. Let me just come to it. You see, in being in this country of England since I was a child, my memories of yesteryear, when I was in Nigeria at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my memories there are much clearer than my memory of yesterday. And what I mean to say is, I've always been a Nigerian. No matter my accent or how somebody may look upon me, I've just always been. When people used to ask me, where are you from? I had to tell them directly, I'm a Nigerian. Nigeria? Where's that then? They didn't even know. Nigeria wasn't the name that it is today. I was defending Nigeria back then. You understand? Not when Nigeria is all a bit shiny. It's a bit as dusty as it always has been. It's a bit more shiny now than it was when I was in this country, defending the name called Nigeria. So in that, I put it to you that this is a deep, deep topic you speak of. And I want to spend my time emphasizing the importance of being a part of the diaspora. Being a part of the diaspora, if you are African spirited, African hearted, then it should be clearer what is going on back home than it is from actually being in Nigeria. It's much clearer when you look at it from here. Because for all of us who travel back home from time to time and things, we see stages, we see things improving in one light, but getting much worse in another light. We see it. We know what it is. When we go back home, we're in terms of back into the diaspora, and we look upon Africa and Nigeria particularly, and we see that Nigeria is not performing. However, Nigerians are performing at any level you expect. Whether they be Nigerians who are reared and even marry into Oyumbo, there's something about them that is so shiny in my eyes. I've watched a lot of cross relationships, Chinese and Nigerian, Indian and Nigerian, Oyumbo and Nigerian, whoever and Nigerian. And the show and display of splendor, wealth, and culture, it shines through in being a Nigerian today. And this is a marketing value and a power that we have, but we don't really realistically know how to target that. And the power of us being in the diaspora should encompass the whole of the Black people that are stationed wherever we are in the world. If we are taking advantage of our positions as being part of the diaspora, and those amongst us who are Nigerians and shine, and we pour into that culture of the nation that we are in, my brother, we soon take the world over. I really, really want us to look deeply at what's going on planet-wise. We may want to secure ourselves back to Nigeria, as Oti is explaining, and that not be a bad thing. I personally would prefer to be in Nigeria right now, because that was the plan. Things went a bit ski with. I'm still here in Europe. You understand? So give that as it may. I have 3 homes in Nigeria, built and paid for. You understand? 3. 1 in Lagos, 2 in Ondo State, where my villages are of my parents. Nice property. Nobody is there now. My cousins are there, but nobody of our own family is actually there. My mom is here in the UK. Things here as it may, we are all over the world. Are we constituting the wealth and power that we have? This is the angle I'm coming from, forefather. I appreciate where you're coming from with, which is to say, what of our children? Are they continuing the culture? Are they looking to go back home? Do they have any understanding of what the war is? And these are very important questions, but unless we understand that there is culture in the diaspora and we need to build into it, then we take away the pronouncement, or even pronouncing to our children left or right, if you understand me. What I see though in our children, whether they're fully Naija, both parents, or of mixed race Naija, bruh, all those youths who are coming up today, they want to go back to Nigeria, either to pour in their experience or to experience the culture there, because they know that this culture in the West isn't fully functioning the way we understand a legitimate, moral society should run. They know. They're not blind. You understand? They want to get back to what feels real. And I don't know about you, but anytime I fly into Nigeria and I step out of that plane and I feel that thickness of love in the air, the thickness of where we are, this is not a real place now. This is not thin. This is real. What? When I feel that, and when any of us, I expect, feel that, we know say we be Nigeria.
Before. Did they mad?
Forget about anything else. That's what our children feel. That's what our children feel. That's what my nephews and nieces feel. I've just actually come back from a 60th birthday party of my good friend Onu Ibokwe. Onu Ibokwe has been my friend for a good 40 odd years. He had his 60th. His children were there, his grandchildren, all his brothers and sisters. His parents both have now passed away. His friends, good people, my goodness. All of them want to go back home. The grandchildren, They want to, the children, they've never been to Nigeria. They want to go back home. You understand? Circumstances are as they are, where families are. It's not easy for every family to fly home every year. It's not easy for us. Being out in the diaspora is not easy, for goodness sake. I think we always have to understand that this is a challenge being out here. It's a challenge for all of us. The bravery of my parents to come to the UK, knowing that they wanted to go back. Every year we were supposed to be going back to Nigeria in my childhood, going back for good. But we never did. And as much, they were brave enough to make it a serious goal of being in the UK. You know, they brought up wonderful children. They championed so many people into the country. So many people, put them through university. My parents, I've seen what the diaspora is. The diaspora is part of our power base. Unless we get to grips with that real quick, we're just going to miss we're going to miss everything. How are we going to get back home? Me personally, I'm building my station as to how to get back home. In terms of, I don't want to go home and do nothing. I still got energy. I want to have a good 10 years of putting efforts into strategizing for Nigeria, me personally. And I know what I can pour in. So I really don't want us in the diaspora to be taking our position as just to come here, wake up and work and sleep. You have to be thinking, you have to be planning. You understand? And the more you do that, whether within your family or within your friendship group, you need to be organizing. So please, forefather, again, that's the angle I'm coming from. I thank you for this subject. I must say, over the last 3 or 4 subject matters that have been broadcasts, I think there's been a heightening of intention in our discussions. So I again applaud everyone for their contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, I really the point you made about the diaspora being a power base, I think that is actually is correct, because it's a power, but do we tap into it to the potential that we can? So far we are not organized. As a matter of fact,
I wanted to say that the other day somebody was criticizing Obasanjo, or was it Gowan, whoever organized First Start back then, for organizing. I think that thing they did then was a real great thing, and Africa is due for another First Start. It would be nice if Nigeria gets itself together and be the one to host it, the bringing together of everything black. There's nothing like it.
We don't have the kind of leader that is ready to party now. But the point Jagun made about as a power base is a powerful thing, and I have to say there's some drive now for some young Africans to visit Nigeria, partly because of this Afrobeats and Nollywood, that is getting around the world. So that too is making them a little bit more proud. If it's nothing to be proud of, like Jagun was saying when he was younger, he had to be defending Nigeria. If nothing to be proud of, can you imagine having a child in the UK like that? They will not want to associate themselves with Nigeria, or they want to be part of. And I've seen many that have done that. Even if they've been to Nigeria, when they grew up, they barely had any contact with Nigeria. But now they are going. That said, you still have that issue whereby, like, the families are breaking up, because when they come here, you heard about the case, they are throwing the men out of the house. The families are breaking up, the outcomes are less. And because the families are breaking up, the state gets involved in those families' lives even more. Mm-hmm. Thereby, the moment the state gets involved in children's lives here, it's very, very hard to drag them back again. It's a whole lifetime of work to bring them back to your Nigerian mentality again. But I must say, Nigerians are very good at trying to do it. Especially, I know that the Yorubas are very good at trying to maintain their children's culture, that their culture within their children. The Igbos do the same thing too. They don't play around. The Igbos, you see them everywhere. Like when I'm in the UK here, you work with I do a lot of stuff with them. And you can see who told you? How do you know what I was Amiibo? You think the way I'm talking right now, I don't want to tell you anything. Point is that I see all these things. I see Yorubas, I see Igbos, and I see other groups too. There was the Benin man that was telling me that there's no way he raises his child doesn't know anything about his Benin culture. So Nigerians tend to be proud of their culture and they try to inculcate it into their children, but there is a force working against them that they cannot always control, and they are losing the next generations to the Western way of life. And that is something that we cannot fully ignore, because many of them don't come back. There was a note they wrote that there are properties in Nigeria that nobody owns. Nobody comes there. Castles, nobody comes,
Yes,
because
sir.
the children have abandoned it and stayed in the West.
Yes, sir.
So this is what I'm
No,
talking
it's
about.
not. It's not.
Please, I beg, is it time for final submission,
Okay.
please?
Okay, Madam Luke, I think you triggered this. You reminded me of this topic. I wanted to discuss it when I came back, but I just kept putting it up. But because you were talking about JAPA.
Yes,
So,
no.
but let me ask you this question though: do you like teach your children your culture? Okay, I think you've answered it. You say you don't tell your children anything.
No, see, the culture is only limited. See, we are already out of Nigeria, so you are only limited as to how you can practice that culture. You are going to be very limited because they have other exposures that they have outside of schools. I am of the age when most of us are grandparents, so I don't
Yes,
know
sir.
about you. So when people start talking about taking your children home and all this one, I just be laughing. These are children that will come and tell you that this is the kind of people, this is the kind of wedding they want to have, and that's your all one bear. You better have it somewhere else. Because wait, wait. They will just tell you. Like the last one I went to, my friend, the man just told her quietly, "You see that your rambunctious listing, where people will come there, you won't have food to eat. People will be roaming all over the reception hall." Say he doesn't want to be any part of it. Number one, he wasn't married to a Nigerian. So what I'm trying to say is that we are now in a place where it's a whole myriad of cultures anymore. You send your children to the best schools where you have only white people there. You send your children to the best places and you expect them to marry Nigerians and you expect them to keep the culture. So please, what I'm trying to tell you is that unless you are truly in that position, place in life, in time, can you practice those things? But you're talking about the ones here that I have that were dating Mexicans, dating Asians.
Nine.
Those are the ones you're going to start telling them they want to go to Nigeria to do what?
That is exactly my point. That's the point.
Now,
You are losing them. You are
Wait,
losing them.
Madam Luke, make I they just ask you one quick query. Okay, ma. You know, I really like the way you speak. I think you speak patent freshness. However, I do always agree with the nuances that are there, and I need you to apply them because it's not as black and white as you put. I'll just put that to you, madam, if I could respond at all.
Yes, it's not black and white. Because like I said, most of my people here now, they've gone to medical school, gone everywhere. They don't even see Nigerians to talk to, not to talk of. See, so you are putting us in a very bad spot because there's some things you don't have control over. There's some things you don't have control over. When I took, you see, the last time I asked the last two, if they want to go to Nigeria, you know what they told me? God forbid.
It's because it came from you first. Trust me.
Because they saw with their eyes now. They saw with their own eyes.
Yeah, you showed them what they want to see.
No. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It is
Look.
what I'm trying to tell you is different for a male child than a female child. It's what I'm trying to tell you. When you take a female child to Nigeria, what is she doing here? In that Olosho culture?
What? Come on now.
How dare you say that? Don't say that. How dare you say that?
No.
How dare you say that?
The West. The West is in the West have it now. What are you saying?
No. How dare you say that?
You're not writing.
The West is worse, man.
You're not writing
with me here. How dare you say that?
You're not writing with me here. I left because I was trying to avoid an Olosho culture. And you're not going to tell me that anybody is more Nigerian than I am here. Primary school, I was there.
You said you got married.
Hold on. Primary school, I was there. Secondary school, I was there. University, I was there. So I lived my best life in Nigeria. I am sorry for the Nigerians living in Nigeria now because they did not experience the joy and the comfort of how I lived in Nigeria. By the time I left, it was all gone.
So where did you get your bad experience from Nigeria right now that you're saying Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, never go for big party? Where did you get your bad experience?
You see,
excuse me, wait a minute. Let me answer him. Did I tell you I had bad experiences?
No. This.
Did I ever mention here that I had bad experiences?
No, hold on. When I mention bad experience, right?
I said I left because I didn't want to get married because that was the only thing left for me to do. I said it here earlier.
No, you don't. You see, my question is this,
because when I graduated the youth corps at 23, the next thing they were telling me is, when are you going to marry? And who told you I want to get married? No, I don't.
Now we are getting.
It's not a bad experience. I had more things to do in my life.
No. What I'm trying to tell you, right? If you left young and you enjoyed your days, your youthful days in Nigeria, according to you.
Yes, but after that, there was nothing for me to do.
No, hold on now. You left because they wanted you to get married and you don't want to get married.
No, there was absolutely nothing for me to do as a female dear.
No, hold on now.
No.
You now left.
The only thing they expected you to do was to go and be a wife.
No, hold on now.
And get married.
I don't know.
Even whether you have somebody you want to get married to or you don't have anybody you want to get married to, that is the Nigerian way. As soon as you finish
Okonjo Iweala came out
from Nigeria.
Loco. You don't take Loco. She will speak out of experience. Then back, not now.
No.
Then back.
I'm coming from somewhere. I'm coming from somewhere.
They expect you to get married.
No, I still don't believe. Loco, I don't believe you're getting Madame at her point. Please let her. Wait. I understand. I'm with you. But there's another point I want to go to, but I want Madame to explain herself to her end. If I may, forefather coming straight after, because I have a lot of complaint as to what she's already saying. Please land, Madame. Please land. Look.
Let me tell you, when I finished my youth service...
Madam H.O., please take your hand down so that it doesn't get tired. It's going to be your turn there, Madam H.O., after Madam Luke.
When I finished my youth service, the only thing... And let's be honest. Once a female child finishes in Nigeria, you get out of youth service, the first thing they will ask you, they will be harassing you about when are you getting married. They expect you to do that.
Is that for all families?
What is wrong with it, though? What is wrong
with it? Hold on, wait. Is that for all families?
What?
Is that for all families? Is it for all families?
What did you say?
No, is that
not anymore? Not anymore now. It's not like anymore.
No, even as at then. Hold on. Even as at then, is that from all families?
Yeah, but then that is marriage now. You know that now.
Local, please let her finish her point. You are going to hear.
I don't know if you live in Nigeria or if you have female relatives or whatever.
No, I'm asking the question like, is that from all families?
From all families or from poor families? I can't hear you.
No, all as in the all families.
I said I'm giving you my personal experience. You're telling me from all families. What's my business with all families?
Then how can you use your own personal experience to judge the entire nation?
What nation? Nigeria. Did I not have people that we are graduated with? We all left. Oh. All the people I went to school with are all here in America. We all got married here in America. Okay. So it's not a matter of am I talking for myself? Most of the people I graduated with from the university, we are all here in America.
They must be well off to be all in America.
No, because then
not necessarily.
I don't know what you're. You see, that is why once I talk to you, sometimes fathers, you, it's like you started growing up from Nigeria in 1980. I mean, in 1950, in 1920, 2000. You forget that we lived in Nigeria before you were ever conceiving this your Nigerian mentality. Yes. You have no idea what it is to be a Nigerian.
This is where I've got to ask all of us to really think about what we are saying. And whilst we can only come from our own narrative, we must always understand that there is a wider narrative out there. Please.
I don't just get it.
And if I may, guys, because I want us to come to a semblance of.
I want to go to sleep because I was hoodwinked into this topic because that's what I want.
No, don't take it like that because we're enjoying you now. We're enjoying you. Don't take it like that.
The thing is that I'm not speaking for the general public. I'm not speaking, but I am. I
understand. I appreciate that.
I said one thing, and people were trying to shut me down. That listen to me. That Olosho culture that is in Nigeria now.
I didn't say. I said nothing about that Olosho culture.
No. I'm a female. You are not, so you cannot tell me about that. You cannot.
I can be in anybody's shoes. Hold
on. When you men live your lives, you forget that there are women in Nigeria, and we know what we go through. Even in the university,
and the men have sisters, and the men have sisters.
Wait a minute, please. Even in university, I experienced sexual harassment. I had to stay back 1 year because of sexual harassment. Okay, So you are not going to sit here and tell me my narrative. And I know what we females in Nigeria went through, even in university in those days. So I will tell you now, read my lips. I left Nigeria because I wasn't going to be roped into that Olosho culture. That Olosho culture I left is what has taken over Nigeria now. Before you get a job, you must go sleep with a man. Before you do this, if you don't have a husband, you are toast. So why would anybody want to live in such an environment? Look at the one. Excuse me. The one we're supposed to discuss today was a lady that was fired out of the military.
No, what you're saying,
and the culture
No,
you
she
are
said
right
if
now.
she don't have a man, you are
Look at what you have in your cabinet.
no, let me tell you.
The culture you have right now, they're the ones who are changing male to female, changing female to male.
Let me ask about this. Have you not heard that early 80s, early 2000, if you're a single lady, you can't rent a house. No one will give you a house.
See,
nothing not to her. What is that? What is it?
Because we force so that means whether you want to get married or not, you must go and get a man to get married to, so you can be legitimate in society.
Okay, now let me ask you.
In some ways,
excuse me, I have 2 minutes.
No. I think we need to hear her out from the female point of view.
Because that is why
I think we need to hear her out.
That is why it's not discussing a woman's perspective in a bunch of men, because you don't see it. You don't see it. I grew up there and I know what was going on there, even in the university.
If I may be honest, madam, if I may be honest, it's not that we see it, but we are the people who practice sexual harassment.
Thank you.
I can't lie. I was very interested in the. We have to speak the truth. We have to speak the truth.
Mr. Jago is right, because
I enjoyed women, I can't lie.
The evils that are perpetrated in Nigeria are perpetrated by men.
Hold on. I get you, right? But it's not for all women. All men are not the same.
And they perpetrate all the crimes there. Now look at what they are doing. Before you choose your ministers, you must have crawled around. You know what? I don't even want to go there. But like I said, I looked at the situation when as soon as I dropped my pen on youth service. And I must tell you one thing. I didn't come. I don't want. You see, when you go personal on a live films like this, people will use your experiences against you. So I've learned to be very careful, because you have some riff-raffs. I'm sorry I have to use this word, especially in the comment section. They will troll you from forum to forum. Whatever you say here, they will use it against you. So I'm going to be very careful, because I have a very, very smart mouth. And I don't mind being...
I'm understanding you more deeply now, to be honest.
I have a very smart mouth. And if I go to war with you, as a moderator, don't tie my hands, because I will shut down this place. That's the way I roll. I don't care if you know me. I don't care if you're my neighbor. I don't care if you live next to me. As long as I don't catch you in front of my front porch, we're good. So my thing is, you will have some riffraffs who will troll you from forum to forum and use what you say against you. So I'm going to be very careful what I say right now. I didn't come from a home of women that were handicapped or did not have nothing to do for themselves. I didn't have, my mother wasn't that way. My aunties weren't that way. I come from a family of very strong women. Now, does it mean they're not marriageable qualities? No. They found men who appreciated them the way they were, and they found men who could work with them the way they are. We are not traditionalists. So what I'm trying to say is that after looking at the environment in Nigeria, I knew that was not the place for me. And it was time for me to leave, because...
Okay, and look, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
So now that we are all here, refugees, okay, as it were.
Oh yeah, so proud, a proud one, beating my chest.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing, right?
They didn't give you visa.
Beating my chest.
Well, that's the pity of it, you know. So, but it's not a good thing, and it's never a good thing. People should really. It's never a good thing.
Did you say it's never a good thing?
No, it's not. To be a refugee.
Myself, I'm a very proud refugee. Because let me tell you, you have people in Nigeria that are living in IDP camps. Are they better than me?
No, hold on. Sorry. Excuse me.
Are they better than me?
But you are not living in IDP camps in Nigeria.
I'm not a refugee.
I'm not a refugee.
Hold on. Nigeria selling their votes. Are they better than me?
I'm not a refugee.
Hold on. The problem is this, okay? we really have to understand what the issue is, okay? Not because we have problems in Nigeria, the country is in shambles. You know, what I mean, it doesn't mean it's temporal, okay? We are here economic imperative, but that's not how it should be, okay? So you know
what? You got your dreams. You have your dreams. You have your dreams, huh?
No, it's
not
about my dreams. Okay,
most of you are listen to me. Most of you are here. You know why we're all hypocrites here? You know why we're all hypocrites? Let me tell you why we're listen. Mr. Fofadas, you are the number one hypocrite on this panel. Let me tell you why.
All
of you here.
Madam, look, why are you fighting everybody?
No, I know her now.
Listen, let me tell you your life is
all right. It's all right.
Of you here are holding a foreign passport and you are here talking about nostalgia in Nigeria. You know this shit. If you want to practice Nigerian nostalgia, why don't you go there?
Sorry, madam.
This is happy us today.
Look, are you telling me of the dream you want to dream in 2 years?
Madam, look.
Let me just share one data with Madam. Regarding the Onosho culture, let me just share one. Let me just share one data with Madam Luke. Do you know that in the West here in the UK, 97% of women have experienced sexual harassment? 97%.
Mr. Fofadas, I don't care whether you're comparing or not because I know you're going to take me there. I said
because it looks like there is a reason why you don't like Nigeria.
If you get liver, all what you're saying here is black and if you get liver, drop your passport, go and practice all this your Africanism.
Forefather, if I may just say,
you have said it here.
What it is, forefather. Madam has experienced Nigeria from a female aspect. And she has taken a point of view. Wait, let me land. In the point, wait, please. Please make her concretize you.
Mr. Jago, add this. You hypocrites, I'm telling you, if you want to practice this, your culture, go back to Nigeria. Don't tell us from abroad.
Make her the level up, madam. Make her the level up. What it is, I believe that we ought to listen, whether we agree or not. And there are many aspects of what Madame has said that I may vary on. But listening to the female point of view in this life, I have had cousins that have been raped in Nigeria to the point that they cannot no longer have children. And I'm saying that out of my own family. You understand? And this all happened in university. All of it. She's run away from Nigeria. She never wants to go back. She's now living in Germany, happily married to Oyinbo, Gongo. But she is still very much herself. She's still very much the person I knew as a youth. She is a strong lady. We really sometimes have to tell ourselves the truth as men. I've grown up. I don't want to tell you when I lost my virginity, and that's been in England. There is something I believe about Nigerian men. They'll do this thing to the last level. We are champions. I don't care. I'm speaking the truth. I have cousins, my uncle, my dad, for God's sake. If you understand if you know how those men knew how to play women. I looked through my black and white photos. My dad and his cousins, they were in Europe, not just in London, they were tearing the whole place up and down. Women during the time when racism, they didn't give a fuck about racism. They were going to get theirs. You understand? In plush style. If you see the way the men were dressed and how they were running things, or in African American, it doesn't matter. We have been like this. Me personally, I take a lot of pride in it because I'm an expert. Having said this, I think we really need to pay some regard to the female objectives in this life, to be honest. What it is that from the way I read Madame Luke speaking, I'm escaping to a place where there is law governing my privacy. There is law, as opposed to the rampant rubbish nature that we have in that crazy place. We have to admit it. No point in messing around and having yabba. Listen when people speak, and then own your own experience. Own it. Don't mess about here. I know all you lot scoundrels amongst you. Let's not pretend. We know who we are. Come on, let's get on with it. Next subject, please.
Okay, so
for us, see, I have to say this truthfully, right? Whatever experience she went through or she noticed or this and that, maybe through her childhood, yeah, fine. It's a personal life, you understand? And I don't I don't know if our friends, our peers, or our schoolmates in university experience the same thing she experienced. I don't know if our cousins, both from paternal and maternal side, experience the same thing she's experienced. But regardless, all these people together aside, still will not make her to say, okay, she might decide to, that's her choice to say, no, Nigeria, this and that, because of my experience, whatever. But there are also people of her age group, even older and younger than her, that will say opposite of what she's saying about Nigeria. And there are many out there.
Please go and bring them.
No, hold on now. Listen. Hold on, listen. Just listen. There are many out there to like, oh, they never had the experience you had. You understand? They were like, oh, they went to school. You understand? Probably, maybe whatever, they got their own job. They were working. It was okay for them. When it was time to get married, they got married. They was never peer pressure to like, when are you getting married? And come again, baby. Maybe their parents was not selfish like that, or their parents was somewhat educated or whatever, or know what they want for their children, not to pressure them. You understand? They discuss with their children, they are friends with their children, no pressure. Just it's one at a time. Husband will come when they want to come, children will come when they want to come, wife will come when they want to come, no pressure. You understand? But the most thing is that they teach them the value of life, the lessons of life, and they go with it. And when those things happen, fine. You understand? That's usually some people they get married late, they get married early. It just depends. Some even got married when they're in university, not because it was too pressure. So there are some youth who like I just feel like getting married early so that when I'm growing up, my child will still be growing with me, so I will mature together. So by the time I'm maybe like 60 years, my child will be like 40 something years old, like, oh, is it your daughter? Are you sure it's your daughter or your son? Very old, something like that. There are families like that who plan their also, so to speak. But you know, I also have family, I have sisters. They did not experience what you experience. To say, oh, after university, when are you getting married? They didn't. You understand? I have cousins too. You understand? They didn't. That's what like, oh, okay. Are you speaking
okay,
for all
try to keep it
Nigerians?
brief. Now you know it's not your turn. The Mecho's hand is up.
You understand? Okay, fine. I'll keep brief. Like, is it you're speaking for your experience? And if it's your own experience, fine. It's your choice. But there are other people. Nigeria is a fantastic place for them. I've seen situations whereby in social media that you see even white men. You understand? When they get to maybe Nigeria, get married, maybe a Nigerian woman, I see the pride they put on our traditional clothes. Just want to associate themselves with Nigeria. This is Nigeria that people will say is no good shit to rubbish country, dead country. But it's a place where like, oh, the white people will go there. They embrace the culture.
Please, Mr.
They know
Loco,
they
Mr. Loco,
hold on.
Wait. Where do you live?
Let's allow
Listen.
Where do you
Loco,
live?
hold on now.
Hold on.
Where do you
They
live?
listen
You're
to
going to get to your turn. Loco is
No,
going to
wait.
get to your
Where
turn.
do
Then
you
you have
live?
your chance to
Loco,
respond.
where do you live? Is
Where do
Nigeria
you
not a
live?
shithole? You see, when we are denying the facts, that's our problem.
Hold on now? Hold on. Let's
Where
hold
does
on.
I just want the
Madam
question
Luke,
so that I can know where to address.
it's
Who
in
to address
London.
and
It's
who
in
not
the
to
UK.
address.
It's
Mr.
in the
Loco,
UK.
where do you live, please?
It's in the
and you see the
UK.
funniest thing. We have Nigerians
Can
like
we
in
leave
other
it now?
African
Can we
countries.
leave it? Not now. Not
Where
now,
are you
Loco. You have
speaking
your
from
chance.
now? Is my question to you, Mr. Loco. Where
It's
are you
in
speaking
the
from now?
UK. It's in the UK. It doesn't matter. It's in the
In
UK.
the
If
UK.
Nigeria was that good, why are you not
So,
living in
my,
Thank
Nigeria?
you.
can we leave it? Can we leave
Alaba,
it?
shut up.
He had
Alaba,
other,
just shut up.
can
Just
we
shut
leave
up.
it? He
You're
had
a man.
other.
Just shut up. You're a man.
You
Just
don't
shut up.
want the truth. You want to be
Can we leave
sugarcoating
it now?
lies.
Come on
Please,
now.
can I speak now?
You people have to respect other people's time now. See, this issue, I think I'm going to address some of the points Madam Luke made because I'll leave it. Madam Mitchell, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure you really had to put up with a lot
I'm
of
not
people.
be patient too. And
Yeah.
Oga Oti not see anything wrong since. Now that when I take the floor, now I go call remember say, now my daughter.
Okay, we're going to put it there so that it doesn't go beyond 10 minutes, so Madam Mitchell.
You see? When I knew something was wrong, I knew something happened. When I see the way Madam Luke reacts, not only here, when he talk about not wanting to go to Nigeria, I knew something went wrong. And I want you people to begin to see 30 years outside Nigeria, 30 years in US. Can you guys see the pain men like you?
Madam Echo, I'm a woman like yourself. Eh?
Let me finish now.
No, you listen to me. You listen to me.
May you let us talk now, madam. Leave her, make she talk now. Let's see them
I need to put a stop to this nonsense.
No, she had not even. No, she had not even insulted you yet.
You haven't started talking.
Listen to me, please. No, I know where you are going, and when you go,
you don't even know where I'm going.
No.
Don't be too sure. She was trying to blame the men. No.
Please.
Okay.
Madam Echo,
Look,
just
let us finish.
Don't use
Madam, look, you are going to be having.
Don't use me as your. Don't use me as your.
Hold on, Madam. Look, you are going to get your chance to respond back to her fully. Nobody's going to interrupt you. Don't worry. You're going to get your chance to respond to her. Nobody's hearing you, Madam. Look.
That's fine. 30 years in America is not your business. Don't use me.
No,
allow her to say what she wants to say. She's not insulting you. Mama Hejo, sorry, you are muted. Mama Hejo, you here. Go ahead.
You don't even know what I'm saying. You don't even allow me to land.
Go on.
Listen, you can do your hand like this. I'm a professional in my job. I'm a social worker. When I see people that speak from pain, I know. I'm only referring to you so that these men and other men out there who know that their action, what they have done to women, and what their action are doing to women, and what their action is doing to my children, both male and female. So when you see these children act up, you people's action make them who they are today. The peace you see in my children, you men, and some grown-up women, your action make them who they are. So I wasn't insulting you, my sister. I went through pain.
Are you serious? Wait, are you done?
But I live above my pain to save my children. As a social worker, when you walk into homes, you walk into your fellow Nigerian home and you are there to take their children. Why? Because they don't know the system. And when I come to people like Oti, who tell me you are spending time. Do you know how many of my children that are in the system? Do you know? A lot of you bring your children here for a better life. You pursue dollar. Why they pursue dollar? Husband, they pursue dollar. At the end of the day, the children end up in the system. So end up in the correctional center. That is where they are. Thousands of Nigerian children, they are in the correctional center. Is that why you brought them to this place? Is that why God gave them to you? You are pursuing dollars. I told them in our training school, I said, you know what? You people train us to remove children for safety and put them in foster home. But in foster home, they are not raised. They only kept them for safety. And when they are 18 years, you let them go without no raising them. And because they can't cope, they end up in doing drugs. And they end up for life in prison. So when I come here, I've seen. The Yoruba race used to be known for education. But when people like Agbadoria came, they turned them to Agbero or Malta. And you people are here. My Igbo tribe. I love you people. When you people used to bring people forth, they will learn trade. You will settle there. No trouble. For what you people do this, the majority of you. You bring them to learn trade. When it is almost time for them to graduate, you will set them up so that you don't settle there. And if you have to settle there, you go and put the money in Odochi. So that when they open the shop, the money will be coming. You think I don't know all this? So when I come, I change and make up my mind to assume the role of a mother, not because I give birth to them, because I know majority of them, they need the role of a good mother in their life. It is easy for you to zip up and sleep with our daughters. You can see how long we carry the pain of the nonsense you do to us out of our not willing to do it. We are brilliant, we want to read, but no, as a lecturer, you must insist that I can pass your course unless you sleep with me. And fellow other men, they are there. Fellow lecturer, they are seeing me. And when these children pass through university, they come to the workplace. You people still go after them. I can't give you a job until I sleep with you. You can't be promoted until I sleep with you. If you want a job for your husband, come and sleep with me. Book a hotel. These days, they ask them to book a hotel. What is wrong with you men? Jolo that Papa God creating between your legs. Is it meant to destroy my daughters? A married woman come to meet you for help because financially the husband is not doing well. There is challenge. You must sleep with her. Talk to your fellow man. Stop this nonsense. Because before we blame the government, make we start from Una. Look at the pain what you've done to a daughter. Look at it. And there are a lot out there. If women will not be judged and they open their mouth to talk, you people will not sleep for a whole year. Those that have heart, not the one that have sold their soul to the devil. I want to ask you people, when Papa God was forming you in your mother's womb as a man, did he give to you that when you go on earth and you grow up to know that you are a man, you should be doing suku with my daughters? Is that why you are created? Men! And in order for women to join you in your trade, growing up, na sugar daddy are they here. But they confuse them and they cheat them. Now they now have sugar mommy. Useless women that were supposed to be mother that nurture children, that make a way for youth. No, you are so useless that you told my son to come and be licking your plate. What a shame.
Oti Toma. Oti, we have heard. No, Oti Toma. Oti
There's
Toma.
nothing like Oti Toma. You not going to hear the truth today.
No, wait, why? Calm. Be calm, madam. I understand you.
Make una leave my children alone. If una want, make I calm down.
Madam, I like what you say and where you come from.
I want you people to start telling your fellow men to stop this nonsense.
We have spoken. We have. It's much. It's much.
It's not much.
We have understood you. We have understood.
Because my children must be free from all of una and all the women. If your husband not satisfy you, leave my sons alone. Don't tell my son to be coming to lick your plate. If you have money, instead of using it to pay them for licking your plate, establish that boy, establish that young man, and let him fulfill his original God-given destiny. All of them, when they do nonsense to my daughter and son, I will come after you because you people
Father, moderate now.
Okay, you guys, look at all of you that went over 1 minute. Mama Echo is over 10 minutes already. Yeah, it's already over 10 minutes. So, yeah, Mama Echo is over 10 minutes. So,
all of that, the tosses are not keep quiet.
I know.
No, you mustn't take it like that. Can I just say this? Can I just say this, my brother?
Hold on, I need to say this to Mama Echo. Mama Echo, see, you are uncannily correct in most of the things you talk about. So you are a natural. Nobody needs to teach you. The instinct, you have it already. Just allow people to also contribute. That's all.
If I may say, Madam Echo, you know, we have a great deal of respect for your age. But I must put this to you in all real candid nature. My mother, my own mother, is just like you. She's a good, probably, I don't know, 20 years older than you. Having said this, she would never come to a platform like this necessarily. But if she did, I believe, as much like you as she is, she would appoint, I appreciate your motherly nature, but you must understand that you are not speaking to children. You are not speaking to children on the platform. You are speaking to adults. And there's a difference between the Oyinbo and the black race, where the Oyinbo would bring their children into adulthood. They would bring them into adulthood. Many of the children who were in the colonial terms running countries were young men between the ages of 19 and 26. We, on the other hand, as black people, we want to maintain that you are forever children. With that, madam, I will put it to you candidly as a father myself, that we cannot afford, if we are playing in this game, we have to understand and appreciate that you are speaking to adults, grown human beings. So the mother nature is appreciated, no doubt. I personally love it. However, you must appreciate you are speaking to adults. Madam, I beg your pardon.
I don't tell you. I'll not call you picky. Let those who see me as a mother figure see me as a mother figure. Did you understand? Do you know what it means for me to ask a girl? I don't have the money right now. Can you reach out to your pastor? You know what she told me? I can't. Because the last time I asked for help, he almost raped me and I ran away. Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means?
Thank you. Oti. Yeah. Oti, so what are you doing?
Listen, I mean,
are you checking some documents or something?
Are we still talking on the same topic? I mean,
no, it's on the same topic. It's on the same topic. I think he went to low show direction a little bit.
No, I think I made my point. So
okay, you made your point.
And it's really, most of this it shouldn't be a personal matter. We just have to look at it in a serious way. Think of ourselves as a people. I mean, there's a reason why we were born where we were born. We are not light skinned. We're Africans. So you can't just throw all that away and then come and live in the place where other people have built. I mean, ask yourself, for example, if you were somebody that is community minded, you want to play a part in politics, no matter how local, or and then maybe a councillor. I just imagine myself maybe sitting in
Alaba, just in case, no drinking while you're on live, please. If you want to do that, go off the panel, please. If you want to, thank you.
Okay.
First of all, local. I'm not drinking.
So the thing is this: for me, really, if you want to be true to yourself, then you sit in a council with a group of other councillors or white people, and then you, as a Nigerian, a black man, black person from Nigeria, and then maybe telling them how to govern, how to, make life for the, citizens good. And I mean, are you really? And then you're coming from some distant land that cannot. It's just, if you see yourself in this kind of position, as me, you're somebody that is really want to be active in your community, contribute to in somehow in governance, in government, at whatever level. I think I'll just see myself as being really false, be out of place. Now, because you are home. They say charity begins at home. You've not been able to contribute anything to the development of your country, your land, and then you're somewhere, some thousands of miles away, and then you want to tell them, this is how things should be done. It's crazy, And now, Madam, look, you see, you talked about, this maybe dating children, dating Mexicans and Indians and whatever. So, okay, let me ask you. So before the children grow up to this age of dating, is it so impossible that maybe they could not grow up, go to school in Nigeria, or where they could learn their culture and then be rooted, okay, to develop their personality? Because where they're coming from, their cultural identity is part of their personality. You can't take that away. If you're a black child, a black boy, a black girl, you're not gonna be English. You're not gonna be Caucasian or Irish or anything. Okay, you will forever remain a black person, albeit one that.
Are you asking me?
Let me finish.
I don't believe he's asking. He's putting his point. Listen.
Albeit that one that is not really genuine, true to himself. Now, because how can as a man, you say, look, I'm an Igbo man. You can't speak the language. How does that? So these are the things that we really have to think seriously about. Have you ever seen maybe a German who can speak German language, or Spanish who can speak Spanish? So but we Africans live through all this, and then we think it's normal. It's not normal. Okay.
First of all,
sorry. Yeah.
First of all,
go ahead.
My mom speaks one language.
Okay.
My father speaks a different language. My grandmother speaks one language. We have 4 languages in my house. How many am I going to teach my kids?
No,
what's your language? What is your
language? Not the point. That's not the point he's making.
What is your language?
We have 4 languages. My father cannot speak his language. My father can speak his mother's language. My mother cannot speak my father's language. So please, you make it look so simple. Most of us grew up in most of us.
Fathers, if you notice, you can see the pattern. You can see where the root is coming from. There's a pattern here.
Most of us grew up in
what is a pattern?
Tribal.
It's got a root.
So pick one language and say, let us speak this language.
Look, I understand. I'm not saying that this is easy. Okay, the fact that difficult does not make it not true.
Listen, so come, wait. My mother is Igbo. My father is Edo. My grandmother is Yoruba. My other grandmother is Kogi. Which language am I going to speak in the house?
You for champion everything now. You're proper Niger. What are you complaining about?
Can I answer the question?
What you're saying. Look.
Sorry. Let me answer her question. Look, you should teach them Igbo, okay? And then of course you should learn Igbo yourself.
Excuse me, in a Doman's house.
Okay. Everybody has spoken on this topic. The only person that hasn't spoken is AY on this topic. We've not had his own.
And we haven't heard Pereira now.
And we know Loco is looking for a pattern now. So
there's a pattern.
Loco is trying to find the pattern.
I will plot the graph. I can plot the graph.
We'll find out the pattern. How he learned from language and all the rest. Okay, let's just allow AY to just chip in, and then we can carry on, because AY probably has he's been listening. He tends to have an interesting take on these things. AY, thank you for joining us. So
I get here. Don't take me off.
Yeah, all right. What do you think about this conversation so far?
Alaba, stop drinking.
You have muted
Well,
yourself
first
again.
of all, you don't have evidence that I'm drinking, and stop saying that.
I screenshotted you. Just keep quiet. I'll post it now. I screenshotted you. I'll
Please
post it now.
let's let him talk now. Let's let AY go, please. AY, go ahead, please.
I actually thought the the channel there are new rules right now. It
Okay.
doesn't seem anybody is following the rules.
Alaba,
Even the moderator actually.
What is the rule that I'm not following?
Straight bullet.
Which one?
Yeah. Well, let move to somebody else. I'm coming back. I'm coming.
All right.
Give me one
Let me
minute.
go and make my point.
Say, you just
yeah,
a look there. You just a look.
Yeah,
They don't have anything
Ferrari,
to say. They
please
just
go
come
ahead.
say, "Come on here. Let me make my point." You see, we're all debating culture, passing it on to children. One important thing we need to know is that sometimes culture is homogeneous and culture is geographic, but as the world changes, so also culture changes. But the danger we are not seeing is that, let me ask all of you, you don't have to answer, but put that question in your mind. One, is there a Nigerian culture? One. Two, is there a Yoruba culture? Is there an Igbo culture? Is there an Edo culture? Is there an Hausa culture? Is there a Fulani culture? So this becomes multiple
I've
questions.
already answered that question in my own mind.
Yeah, this is a multiple faces or approach to the issue of culture. Personally, I think from 1960, the Nigerian culture has evolved and it has evolved. It's a new culture that emerged and it has evolved into the negative. It is not a culture I would be proud to teach a child because, to be honest, the formulated Nigerian culture that exists now is not a good culture. It's a culture of vice. It's a culture of corruption. It's a culture of stealing. It's a culture of gospel prosperity. It's a culture of worshiping false god and just being religious with vacuousness, vacuosity. I don't like to speak big grammar. You understand? It's a detrimental culture to human existence. I wouldn't want to pass that on or teach a child that. But underlining as an umbrella under that Nigerian culture are individual tribal culture that was passed on by our ancestors. That is the culture of respect, the culture of elderliness, the culture of love for neighbor, the African culture that colonialism has, to a certain degree, damaged. So let's leave that. Then come to the West. There's another total different culture. There's a culture of law and order, rule of law, and a law of extreme wickedness, because the West has that. If you don't know that about the West, they can be very wicked. And
Happy you said that. I'm happy you said that.
Oh, no, it's true. It's true. If you don't know their culture, they can be, they call us savages, but the real savage are them, but they have evolved from their savagery to what they like to term themselves as civilized.
Well
While
said.
we are, on the other hand, we are going from civilized to savagery. It's an
Well
irony
said.
of fate. It's an irony of fate, but
because
it
we are copying them.
Wonderful hand,
Because
John.
we are copying them.
Yeah. So that's be that as it may, what culture do we want to pass on to the child is the point of this conversation. So there's a merger of cultures right there, and we have to sail through. And that's where family unit becomes important. What you teach your child, what values, and how you progress that on to the next generation. Some of us who like to criticize a lot wants to destroy that Nigerian culture. because that's not African. We want to go back to the real original African culture before the coming of the white man, which was civilized, but the white man labeled it savagery. They labeled everything black, evil, everything white, good. We have to reorientate that. So, but it's hard for us, why in the midst of savagery, for us to teach this. But one danger I see is there's a underlining all this drama is the culture of language. So when we talk about what we lose when we come abroad and we raise children abroad and family abroad, and we don't marry into our specific tribe, we lose a culture of language. And the culture of language is very rich. How did I know this? I used to stay with my grandmother at the shop where she sells beer in Lagos Island on Odunfa Street in Okepopo.
That woman, trace. She said beer. No wonder. Not see the trace.
Be quiet.
And then you started drinking habits bomb. Okay, no wonder.
Local P making you better so.
Local P is a mess, and I will have find time to deal with him.
Trouble everywhere.
Yeah. So there's this language, culture of language, which as I was growing 19 to 24, I felt I have lost, because the way she speaks Yoruba and the proverbs she uses, my God, the wisdom in that language. And I begin to pay attention. But it was late for me. I have gone to the culture of the white man speaking English and all this Nigerian culture. So, and then I found out that the wisdom in words that she has, my God, I learned a lot from that woman. Just one proverb alone could explain.
Can I quickly interject, my brother Ferreira? For every word you have uttered, I really want to continue just listening. However, I want to put this in as an addition. You're so correct in what you have said, particularly on the basis of language. But what we must appreciate is that for 400 years, the black tongue, the way the Caribbean people speak, the way the black Hispanics speak, the way the African Americans speak, this is a dialect within the English language, which is authentically African. So we must always appreciate who we are, especially our own Yoruba. You understand? Igbo included, every one of us included. In that, there is a specification about the way we use our tongue. Me hearing my parents and my grandparents, much like yourself, speaking deeply in poetry, in how they were explaining things to us. Now, today's day, if you look at the internet and you look at the Nigerian aspect, they will speak about how Nigerian pronunciation in delivering context, in humor, in drama, in poetry, using the English language, but they don't say that Nigeria, they speak that one or more. When they will tell you something like, my enemies have defeated me. When that is put by Nigerians in a crowd that is non-Nigerian, they hear it, bang, it goes into their head, and they know saying that Nigeria, they speak that one. Poetry. If you look at the internet, you will see reams of the way both in the Europeans and in terms of the Americans worldwide, they say about how Nigerians speak English, how they speak it. Forget the accent sometimes. In fact, don't forget the accent. The accent even puts more into it. Say, now Nigeria, they speak this one, but it's English and it's intelligible and it's poetic and it's accurate and it explains humor inside the English. That's us. The language never break. We don't dare hear almost.
Yeah. So
I'd just like to make that addition. Bring you right up to date.
Continue from that. So language is of enormous importance, because personally, I always ask myself when I want to talk, do I think in Yoruba and then speak in English? This matters. Or do I think in English and then speak in Yoruba? This matters, So this is what we are losing from this conundrum of events that is overtaking our lives. And my daughter will never be able to understand the proverbs I learned from my grandmother, although I will speak a few to her, but she won't get the originality that I got from it. And I myself did not get as much as I should have gotten. So something there has been lost. And over time, as generation pass on to generation, when we lose that originality of our language, it is sad. We had one conversation here the other day, forefather, and you were saying, how far back should Nigerian go? I'm telling you, every Nigerian tribe, 350 in each of their region, should speak their language, and their children, at least at primary and secondary school level, should be taught education in their language, and English should be seconded to their language. It's important because this is the real genocide, apart from the pains and suffering we're going through, the loss of originality, the loss of language. If our language becomes extinct like Latin did, then that originality in us is gone. And that's what we are witnessing now with the migration, with the immigration, with the bad policies, with the bad rulers. Because if we are still within that geographical space, at least our language survives. You understand? But when we are away from it, we have succumbed our language to someone else's language and state of order. That's just my view. We're losing a lot from this current, we've lost a lot from colonization. It's time for us to start making amends.
Thank you, Alaba. I think your submissions these days, my goodness, you are really getting even more and more intellectual now. You know, you are lecturing us. That's quite good.
Is the alcohol? Is the alcohol? Is the alcohol? Is the alcohol?
No, it's delivery. It's delivery.
I think we've dealt with this topic quite well enough, and I am very.
Can I just end it? If you're ending it, can I just end it by saying this? Because you're quite right about what Alaba has spoken, and I would lend some hope to his position and to the position of that level of thought. Is that in my earlier interruption that I made, I want to lend to the fact that all African, Nigerian cultures in particular have yielded space in language terms, but they have so much space that is already there. And that is what we don't always recognize. What I mean by this, in particular, about the Yoruba language and the Yoruba peoples as a whole. And when I look at what the Yoruba diaspora has done over the last 400 years, not over the last, like us, not us, those before us for 400 years are significantly there. We can recognize what they're doing comes from us. So in that, we've seen what they've done with it and how far they've gone with it and how still similar it is to ours. Because of the repeated level of diaspora that is taking place, we have to, as I say, pertinently, take charge, take responsibility of the culture that we have significantly there. We, as Yorubas in particular, we spread between our land that is Yoruba, between Western Nigeria, Togo and Benin, even up to the Sierra Leone coast. Many of us, all the way up to what they call the Gambia. We are there in our hordes. We are there. Then we go to Brazil, the Caribbean, and North America. We are there evidently for so long. If we don't tangibly understand the space that we have globally, I'm not talking about the Yoruba. When you talk about everybody else, then we really understand how much space we are taking over globally. If we use this diaspora along with our mother Africa, we can reposition ourselves. And this, we can do it in our Yoruba. We can do it in the blasted English. There are those of us in China speaking marvelous Chinese. You won't believe who we are in this planet. We have to take responsibility that we are actually everywhere, and we have a history of being everywhere. And in that, we must be proud of what it is to be Black, what it is to be Nigerian, what it is to be African, what it is to be Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whichever family you are from.
You know, forefather,
Even,
for those
no, I need to underline that we are here, my brother. We are here and we are developing. What we need to do with that development is to organize it. If we organize it, then the whole paraphernalia is already set up. It's already set up. It is only that our mother Africa, that Nigeria in particular, that needs to fix. We need to fix that space. If we fix that space, we have the whole planet before us. What's going on? I need to make that an underlining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I think
before
you
you
made
go
that
on,
point first.
forefather, last thing on language. When I went to Wales, I noticed that the Welsh were also losing their language, but they've instituted it constitutionally to have regained their language back and ensure that their children in schools now speak Welsh in Wales instead of English. Because English, unfortunately for the Welsh, was a colonialized language to them. I was shocked to figure that out when I visited Wales. That was about 20 years ago or something. But you got to see the importance of language
Of
in
course,
existence.
your point is not lost on us at all. It's a valid point. I just need to give you some backing that we dare here, no matter the language, we dare here.
See,
All
for
right,
me,
so
I see. Hold on, let's say, there was this documentary I was watching where, if you know this popular actress, former Miss America, Vanessa Williams, when she went to Ghana, right? She went to Ghana she just for just touring, just to chill, just go outside America, at least just whatever. See, when she landed at the airport, she cried, she shed tears. That was the story. Why? Like for the first time she was born, she saw people that looked like her all over the airport, controlling things in the airport. Or like the America, where you go to the airport, you see white here, white this and that, miss, whatever. But for the first time in her life, she was born. I told you, former Miss America, Vanessa Williams. She's also she's also on what's it called, actress, and yeah, also a songwriter too. She said tears for the first time seeing her people that looks like her operating everything 100% in Ghana airport. Like wow. Before she now talk about her experience going to the point of no return at in Ghana, whatever. You understand? We
we
also
saw
have
that.
sorry?
I think I saw the such videos.
Yeah, check, find it. You see, yeah, it's there online. You also see some even Hollywood celebrities. You understand, like the what's it called I forgot this guy's name. Someone L. Jackson. I think I've seen what's it called Forest Whitaker. Many of them like that. You go to Africa, you stand, you try to get a passport or something, try to nationalize with their people because they're in America. They don't even speak the language of Africa, any of African language. They don't speak it. But in their subconscious, they know, they study, they hear, they research. Like there's a deep root. These are the people, they're not young, they're old. They were born in America, their parents were born in America, their grandparents were born in America. None of them have ever been to Africa. Even this guy himself, what's it called, Steve Harvey, said the same thing. None of them have ever been to Africa. But they took it upon themselves to go to Africa. Why? Because of something. They were there. They tried to they tried to obtain a passport. Ludacris, the same thing. He's got a passport, African passport. You understand? So the thing is, like, when I see people say, like, Africa is this and that, like, I just look at you like, do you even know yourself? Do you even know yourself at all? Just because of this, whatever, you have bad leaders, bad governors, then you want to throw the baby and the bad water. That okay, Nigeria's hope is doomed with this and that. And I think we don't have people who are successful legitimately in Nigeria trying to make Nigeria better. There's some people who cannot even travel abroad because they are successful in Nigeria. Tell them to leave Nigeria and go to abroad. They'll tell you no. They don't. They can't. They can't even fit in. You understand? You go to Nigeria, yeah, you see people, yeah, we see all this noise, yeah, this and that. We know.
Thank you.
We
Thank
also
you.
see, don't forget,
I think we know that part that many Nigerians, you know, I agree with you what you are saying.
don't forget, we also
But
see white
you
people.
have
You
to allow
understand?
other people
Hold
to
on.
have their own opinion.
No, I'm not saying she's not correct in her own definition, in her own way of life, in her own word. She is got to her own. But like I'm talking about, we're all here, not talking about for ourselves, talking about general. So the general perspective, what everybody wants global is as a
That's
collective.
why local.
You
It's
understand?
important we all join hands to fix
You
it.
understand? So it's not like
We
it's okay
have to
because
fix the
you do that. So
negativity
is that one? Is
that
that one? Is
is
that one?
messing us up.
You see,
We have
you
to.
see white men. You see white men go to Africa to marry maybe any Nigerian woman. You see, they bring their family, their culture. They wear, they put on Nigerian attire. They are so happy. They are so happy to adorn Nigerian attire. They'll be dancing Nigerian music like white people who have never been to Nigeria before, just because their son got married to a Nigerian woman. You see that they'll be happy. They want to embrace this culture, this and that, like this, because they know. But our own, oh, we just go school now, what's this and that, this and that. Because of one or two experiences, you just, okay, everything is bad. Without even knowing that there's some people out there who are really putting in effort to make sure they give the country good name. If not, hold on.
Look, I want to ask you a question. The way we are now, do you think if we fix our
Okay, let me just do something.
more people?
Hold on, let me just do something. Should I just allow you guys to have a conversation amongst yourselves so that you kill this topic in the next 5 minutes, then we can have a break. Then I want to ask one other question.
No problem.
Regarding this thing about this one is more philosophical and psychological, whatever way you want to look at it, so that we just use that one to close off instead of politics and all.
No problem.
Yeah. All right. Now, so 5 minutes.
Interesting, forefather. You they hide, but you they get for us. Why not they tell us now?
So the problem I have with someone like you, Loco, is that
gone.
those of us who are loud mouths saying that we are not, listen, with loud mouths, you're saying that we are not doing well, we need to do better, we need to confront ourselves, we need to fix our negativity. Those of us who are against us going from civility to savagery. You understand? And people like you are saying, well, it's not that bad. We should just glorify what we see currently, where we are doing fine. You understand? Africa is great, and you see that we're going down the ditch.
No, it's not me.
Do you think if both of us are on the same level and said, okay, let's fix the enemy within so that our glory will be to its fullness? Which approach is better? Fix the enemy within, or just saying, well, it's because they came and attacked us. That's why we're not doing well. We are still good. We are better. What do you think will put our glory as black men to the fullest in your own view?
Alaba, first thing first. Look, first thing first. I go to Nigeria maybe twice a year, every year. You understand? Twice every year, I go to Nigeria. Not that because the money is too much. You understand? Siblings wise, nothing. Just nobody's no it's not family or any siblings or whatever. I'm going back to Nigeria. Sometimes I just feel like no, I've been away. Let me go back home and feel maybe it's traditional. Just go and get the spirit of your land, ancestral spirit. Just go there and put your leg on your soil, do your thing. You might not have any projects there. Go around, drink with friends, and this and that, then go back, and that's it. I just have fulfillment in doing that. You get? I don't know.
I would look at it like this. To be frank,
let me. You're allowed to finish.
Sorry, Loco. Sorry, if you want to continue.
Okay, so like I was saying, right? Look, Alaba, the truth is, look, if we tell ourselves the truth, individually, what have we really, apart from talking, right, and throwing tantrum at each other or insulting the government, what have we really do by ourselves to make sure we change the government? Alaba, total zero.
One, telling the truth. Two, helping those at home. But that telling the truth,
no. See.
You can't underrate it.
Alaba, look. There are many people you tell in Nigeria. You know they will tell you, I don't understand. Now, truth won't pay my picking school fees. Now, truth won't pay my rent.
That's because they've not reached their moment of clarity. You don't stop because of that.
No, hold on,
You
hold
don't
on.
stop
See,
because of
no,
that.
hold on. Now see, hold on. No, look, I'm not telling you to not do it. See, I'm still doing it every. That's why I say I go to Nigeria twice a year, right? I'm still doing it on and on and on and on. You get my point? But the thing is that the people, no matter how they rebel, like I beg you, forget that part. Now, this kind of thing now put food on my table. You know, I take pay my rent last month, this and that. Regardless our assistance, we tell them the truth. You get my point? But they know the truth. They know. But because
No,
they hold on,
no,
see, hold on.
local, no,
Because they believe.
no. They live in the cave. Go and read
No,
the
see,
article by Pius Adesami
just
about
wait,
the
let me
people
finish
in the
now.
cave.
Look, hold
They
on.
are
See, when
in
you
the
say cave,
cave. You are being too
see,
judgmental on them.
no, see,
This
let me tell
idea
you the
that they
truth
know the
now.
truth. You know
Alaba,
the truth because you came out
Alaba,
of the
the
cave.
people, no, the people I'm talking about, they are landlords, they have properties, they have good cars. You get my point? They're not
Okay,
poor.
they
People
know
are
the
talking about,
truth. Go on. Make points on the fact
you
that they
understand?
know the truth.
They are not poor. Some people, maybe few, right? Out of maybe their earlier hustle or whatever, you start maybe do one of your small one or two illegit whatever, or maybe like sell one property or one thing racket, they hammer and they settle down. You understand? And they started their own business, and maybe their business might just be guest house business, hotel business, beer parlor business, and maybe transport
So,
business and whatever.
local, are
And they are
you
doing well.
helping them by letting them believe that they are in the right path, or you are
No,
not by
see,
not telling them
no,
they are in the wrong path?
see,
How are you helping them?
no, where's the wrong part, right? They're not doing illegit. They are doing right by what they
But
can
they
do.
can't, even if they are not doing it legit, the directory that the country is going, they will
Yes,
not be
now.
able to sustain or keep
Okay,
their wealth.
okay.
You have
So
to
hold on.
face
You
that
see,
reality.
hold on. They know, right? I'll tell you this, right?
They don't.
Hold on, Adaba, hold on now. This
I need a
Buhari,
second opinion on
hold
this.
on.
Oti.
I want to come in.
Buhari,
Oh, I
Buhari.
want to come in.
See, I said, look, hold on. When Buhari entered, we thought it was the worst, right? We thought it was the worst, and they were like, okay, people were still making money. Now we've got another one that
Which
is even worse
people?
than. Hold on now. We got another one that was still worse than Buhari, which is Tinubu.
Oti, are you seeing everything? Oti,
People are still making money.
are
You
you
understand?
seeing everything that's going on?
There might be few. Hold on, there might be
Yeah,
few
yes.
numbers.
I mean, it's just some.
I'll tell you the truth, Alaba. Like I told you, the
I
people are
think
not willing to put in the work because the easy way is the only way for them. Many of them like the easy
I
way.
don't understand you,
You get my point?
local.
Many of them like the easy
Let
way.
me interrupt,
I don't
please.
understand you, local.
Local
Don't
P.
I'm
worry.
just
Just
confused.
try to
Let
listen.
No,
Oti
no,
and
Local
Chapo,
P. Don't fight it now. Let me interrupt you, please,
Oh fuck,
because you
man.
guys have been allowed a good portion to go back and forth. I would like to say,
I've been
there is a
interrupted all
now.
along.
There is a question that was posed as to which way forward. Is it the way in the diaspora of working towards eventuating change in Nigeria, or do we spark a revolution now from within? Now, to be honest, it's not just like that as you put it, Local P.
Yeah, but it's
To
both.
make things clear,
It's both ways. It's both ways.
please, just to make things clear, I'll be telling you, who I will say again, you are newcomers to this diaspora shit. It takes 20 years if you want to be able to live in two spaces. 20 years of real focus and work. And we in the diaspora know that there's hurdles and loopholes that we need to galvanize to make sense of what we're doing out here. I'm telling you from my experience and the experience of my parents, it takes a good 20 years of focus and luck, if you want, that things fall in place in which you have planned in order to build a way of living both in Nigeria and in the West at the same purpose, whereby you are on the same level in either nation. And that is how you are looking. It takes 20 years at least for that. Some may be able to do it earlier, but it may just fall down. To have it stable, it takes 20 years of serious focus. Now, I'll put it to you that the other way, which would underline the urgency that we need to play as a diaspora in order to see change and in order to flower what we have already done in the West to the point that it really makes sense, financial sense. And that could be a way to go, but it is dangerous and it needs expert organization and organizational skills. It can take place over the next 5 years if we go that route, where we reach a point of completion where economically we can change it, politically we can change it also. Now, these are the frameworks that mark us really eventuating as a spirit of a nation of Nigeria specifically, to make a change in Nigeria and make a real change in Africa wide, understanding politically what we want to see. Politically, we're speaking at serious depths here in terms of what you're saying. If we look at what Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger are doing, they have made a real revolution. They've made a real revolution. And Nigeria really should have been the first to do such. But Nigeria is still in the doldrums. We in the diaspora, we need to make sure of our own politics. What is our politics for real? What politics do we want to inject into Nigeria in order to make a real change? Now, these things are serious, Alaba, who asked the question. They're really serious. As an individual, I'm telling you, it's going to take you 20 years. As a nationhood, taking the bull by the horns and gambling, if you like, to make a change with all things in place in order to make that gamble. This is a much more risky expedition, but yet it's a risk that I am all for, because I believe that the urgency of the cliff that we're about to fall off, meanwhile we can have gold. On the other hand, if we fight, this is what we are arguing over, to be frank.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I'm thinking we should go to the next one. I don't know whether we should play music and have it, then we start the next one.
As you please.
What do you
Guys,
think?
I think I
No.
gotta leave now.
I think you should stay, OT,
No,
just
no, no,
briefly,
no.
because
I think
this
sorry.
one would this topic would have been
What
would
is
have
what
liked
is it? You know, I think
it's
it's
more of okay. The idea behind the topic is about original thoughts, where it comes from, and if we can leverage that to actually come up with innovative solutions to our problems. If you look at the way what just happened yesterday or today with Hezbollah, the difference between both sides is one side is innovating so fast, while the other side, the technology gap got bigger and bigger because they are thinking ahead and faster. So
well, it's just a simple case of inequality of arms, you know. So I mean,
but inequality of arms comes from one side thinking faster, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not about thinking. I mean, the resources, you know, you have a superpower and the other technological. It's not about thinking. How can you think yourself out of somebody that is superior? You know, I mean, by all means, superior to you. You know, more resourceful. What is your thought got to do with that? But of course, you can try. But I mean, it's not equal field. I'm not playing on equal. It's not. There's no equal.
But what I'm trying to say is that to innovate, you need an original thoughts, and from original thoughts, you have original ideas. And the question is, how do we start a kind of having a kind of ecosystem where original thoughts are encouraged?
The Chinese
and,
never did any original thought. They did copycats and they made it.
That's the original thought. Now, what are you going on about? Original thought. Copy until
that's a strategy. That's a strategy as well.
Yeah,
but
somebody
anyway.
came up with that and said, let's do it to the end of the road. And the question, because that the way if I look at they did have original thought first. The original thought was, let's go for our security and no matter what, they understood. Somebody convinced them that, in short, necessity convinced them that If they don't do that, all the other problem is just nonsense. You are done. Forget it. So they did that one. That's their own original thought. But for our own case, I think we have to be a lot more innovative, because like some of the stuff that Jagun said about the diaspora, tapping into the diaspora. At least the Chinese diaspora is not like ours. The Chinese diaspora was more linked to the China itself. Ours is a little bit
Absolutely.
it's a little bit loose, and some of them even left here with bitter feelings about this in the Nigeria, and not to mention the greater diaspora that is out there that we are not even tapping into barely. You know, I think somebody mentioned that they go to. I think it was Alabama mentioned that they go to Ghana. We rarely tap into that. We don't even tap into the Brazil. Oh, Ferrari is one of the Brazilian ones. I don't know how he managed to make it back, but he did make it back.
It's true. It's true. I
Yeah.
still have
So
Brazil in my mind.
we don't tap into any of those diseases. So all these things has to come from somebody that has original thinking, new ways of doing it. Because I don't know what
But
anybody knows.
this is what I'm saying. This is what you'll be really surprised, my brother. Me, I've delved rather deeply into the Yoruba aspects of the diaspora. And whilst you are correct in saying it's rather light, it is there. Do you know that there is a Yoruba and Brazilian tie politically, whereby there are airplanes, American, Brazilian aircraft being sponsored by Yoruba money? Is there, it's happening. You understand? Do you know that the king of the Oni of Ife, he's been to Brazil, he's been to Trinidad and Tobago, he's been to Jamaica, he's been to South America in Louisiana, where we are. I've gone through to Togo, embrace the Benin in terms of the Yoruba there, landed back home to receive them again in our land.
See, but
So
that is good.
what I'm saying is that these things are there. They may be light. They are there. What we have to do is understand that they are there, and then bring our economics and our politics to bear. Once we've done this, we have a way of changing the minds of people back home, changing the politics back home. We have to be strategic. I'm not playing. I've thought about these subjects for an awfully long time, and the politics of it, whilst I'm seeing it from a Western point of view, I'm still able to look at it intrinsically in bringing myself inside Nigeria itself, my family in Nigeria, everything around me in the UK, Nigeria first.
Okay,
then
so
the larger.
let me add to
something.
what you're saying, because
okay. Good night, all. Please.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Thank
you. You've had it.
Take
now.
care, Oti. Take care, brother.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Oti.
Thanks.
So yeah, the point I'm coming from is like creating a kind of, let me just use the term, like a garden where the fruits that comes from there is new thoughts and new solutions to problems that have been aching us for a long time, and creating that environment is an idea on its own. You know, to be able to do that is an idea on its own. Then the ideas that will come from there, to know which one is relevant for the situation and the one that is not. Like as an example, like in the Israeli culture and their military, they believe that the young officers can challenge the the top officers, and because of that, there's a churning of ideas in terms of ideas to deal with their challenges. So that is what I'm thinking, because if you look at the way they approach problems, they seem to advance faster than most groups. I've worked with some of them.
Would you say that example that you give should be sort of cut and pasted into a Nigerian aspect? And in saying that, how does that take place from where Nigeria is right now? And secondly, is that aspect actually accurate to Nigeria's problems?
Exactly.
Because I'm one of thinking that, oh boy, the problems in Nigeria are actually in Nigeria, and the solving of these problems are still in Nigeria. Are
Yeah.
you with? So with that, our rightful thinking in what you say in terms of having the presence of mind, having the articulation, having the complex of thought, the churning of ideas, as you put it. This is the complication for us now. You know,
Yeah.
we can't just put it out there philosophically. We have to put it into our design. Because when we're looking into history of all these aspects that you may give examples of, when we look further back, we have found that they designed it to be this way. It was designed by them, and we see the articulation in that design. It was purposeful for their cause.
Yeah.
So therefore, that is where the learning is.
Make matters worse, we refuse to see the pragmatic reality of that design and bring it to fold the discussion to adjust it. That's our issue, and then we resist the adjustment of this. That's our issue. I gotta go now because it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I got an appointment.
I think
later.
we can.
But I wanted
call it
to
a day.
eat that point that the fact that we refuse to have that discussion, that design on the design, whether it's flawed or right, and we refuse to have further discussion in terms of our original thought. It's our biggest problem. We just want to keep going like in one direction, like zombie. Well, it's what we meant, it's what we inherited. Let's just maintain it. Let's just work with it. That's our issue. And then the resistance for that objective discussion, it's our issue. I want to leave
But
you guys.
Godfather is bringing the discussion now. He's bringing the discussion. It's he that brings the discussion, and I rather
but the
thank
likes of local
again, because as I
would
said, I think
object on what our pragmatic
from the last
reality
three,
is.
we must give it up to the station. For the last 3 episodes that I have seen, the level of discussion for me has been heightened to the point where we are actually discussing matters as opposed to personalities. Because we can do that one all day long. But if we're discussing matters, let it long exist on this platform. Please.
Thank you. Because it is one of the things that forced me in this direction, because I did some research about nations, how they emerged, and the key factors. And, I've done a lot of research on my own on other things, especially on security. And one of the ones I asked was about, did any of these nations that are strategic emerge without involving any major conflict in the world for the last 100 years? It turns out none of them.
Without conflict.
None of them. None of them.
Without conflict.
No. Strategic nation. At first, the first question I asked was strategic nation. It turns out that none of them did. And Nigeria is a strategic nation. Then I said, okay, how about any nation at all that has gone on to do very well in the world economically? Very, very few. Even Dubai was involved in a war. Even Dubai was involved in the war, in the Arab War and all that stuff. So it's like, it's so scarce. If you look at throughout Europe that are doing so well, all of them are involved. Switzerland, they say even Switzerland hasn't fought a war for.
Forefather, are you saying that Nigeria also has to go through this experience of war again at this time in order to reach a point of view, a destiny, a refreshment, a new nation? Is that what we have to go through? Is that what you're implying?
That is why I asked the question about the original thought, to escape it. Because there has to be a way of not having to go through that to emerge.
By having discussion and copying what is already out there. It's simple.
Copying what is already out there is war.
No, I don't believe it's simple. Alaba, it's not simple. Alaba, it's not simple at all. Wait, guys. I must put it to you. We are having a great discussion here, and we need to either put it into thought. If we are sleepy at this time, make we go sleep, because this is not serious something. No.
To be frank, deal with it some other time. But it's simple.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But what forefather is coming at is still legitimate.
Yeah,
whether
but we
you
don't
agree
have
or
to wait
disagree.
until a war. You can learn from others' experience.
No,
You don't have
wait,
to wait
wait, no,
for the
wait,
bad
no,
experience to happen to you.
don't bring animosity. What it is that somebody has a different point of view. And what I'm saying is that it is not easy. What you are still fighting inside or outside of Nigeria in order to perform the level of complexity that we have to go through in order to change minds and souls that have been deeply damaged. That job ain't easy. Don't kid
That's
yourself.
the mission.
Like,
That's the repeat that.
wait,
That's the real
my brother,
mission.
make a land
Repeat that.
somewhere.
It's so important.
Pereira,
Repeat
make a
that
land.
statement to
Pereira,
change minds and souls.
Pereira.
Go
I've
on.
heard you already. Don't repeat yourself, please. I'm saying to you that it is complex. It is not easy. We have to take that on board. It is doable, is what I would agree with you upon. It is very much doable, but it is not easy. And what I'm saying is that what forefathers is asking is the complexity of this not easy experience that we have to go through. Does it mean war? It's meant war for all these other nations at one level or the other. Japan did a great thing. Japan was great, but they were as proud as they've always been back in their history. Somehow they were humiliated in order to re-emerge again with their pride, but with a great deal more humility, bringing their culture along with them. This is what they've been able to do. That wasn't easy. They went through war in order to do it. They went through experience. Their history is not easy. So, Chinese, within our lifetime, when we look at what we've been able to witness in our lifetime, is that they've gone from direct peasantry in our lifetime. Nigeria on a whole was far better than China ever was within our lifetime. Yet still, that culture was able to break.
Please take permission to back to speech.
Waiting. Over a
You want me to take out the
length of
backstage?
time
just
that
the
it did involve conflict,
I think so too. Yeah.
but they were able to amass their power. So this is history. So he asks, is this what we're going to have to go through? And for me, it's a valid question, because violence is what is being perpetrated upon the Nigerian nation right now, and all of us are within that violence. So violent that we are out here in the diaspora. That's how violent.
We have been desensitized to the violence that is being perpetrated.
Now, all I'm saying is that in forefathers' rightful question, if we take him on board as intellectuals, forget our emotions for a minute. As intellectuals, is our thought that looking forward from where we are now to where we've got to get to, is it going to take violence? And if it does take violence, can we handle violence of any kind? Because the ultimate violence
let
me say this. Lastly, the ultimate violence that we may have to achieve is not with the Nigerian government per se. It could be with greater forces. I'll end it there.
The question I was trying to research was, in the last 200 years, whether any power has emerged without encountering conflict with external forces. And the argument was that barely any, because the interpretation, let me see what I can read it out. It says, this is partly due to the nature of international relations, where shifts in power often provokes reactions, alliances, and sometimes conflicts from existing powers or regional competitors. However, a few cases can be cited where a nation rose to significant influence, more so through internal development and strategic diplomacy rather than direct external conflicts, which is the United States. That is the one that they use, because United States one involves it being within the country, but for it to emerge as a superpower, conflict again, has to resolve. But he didn't need to be a superpower to be successful, to be fair. That's why they used the United States. But the reasoning for the United States was because the United States had a natural border. There's no threat to it around the world, so he was able to emerge by industrializing on his own. And so most of the stuff that got it to industrialize was internally this thing generated. But are we that isolated from these external threats? And the people that are in the United States are basically the English anyway. So technically, the English were fighting was all over the place. So then, if you look at Japanese one, I don't think is accurate because Japan they were busy fighting everybody. So even if they were the one that generated their internal this thing, military industrial complex, they were involved in wars. That's why they generated it. So that one too was not. Let me see what they said about Japan. Japan emergence as a power in the late 19th and early 20th century was driven by rapid modernization and industrialization following the Meiji restoration in this. Although Japan did engage in conflict, of course it did engage in conflict. All of them engage in conflicts. Even the US engaged in conflicts. So all these people, when they are emerging, there's always this need to engage in conflict. You can't escape it. You can't be Switzerland.
Well, yes. I don't believe you can't escape it. This is why I put it to us that it is in the design. It is in the design. Now, the design has to be written. It has to come from somebody's mind. It has to come from I think you used to say homogenized thinking of a small group or a larger group. That's why so many things come out of our universities and our colleges by way of thought. And these things are taken on board by the politicians in terms of their thinking. And they use this in order to emerge with a new logic of some sort. Now, I put it to us that this thing that we have to do, it takes thinking first. It really, really, really does. And we have to build thinking upon thinking. Now, what I'm saying, from my thinking, I have a design on how we come from this point to that. And I know that there are many others out there that have a design. Unfortunately, the confidence of anybody's design isn't there. It's not there because it hasn't somehow merged where we see like for real like. Because this logic doesn't only make sense in my own mind, it will make sense in many other people's minds. So once we can get to that, and right now, those thoughts aren't happening necessarily through Western universities. It is not coming out of there. As far as we are concerned, because of our long-term relationship with our Oyunbo, our relationship with them did not start when they took over Nigeria. It began 400 years prior. They were taking us to Brazil. They were taking us to America. They were taking us to the Caribbean. That's a relationship, whether you like it or not, even if it be servitudes upon master. So I'm telling us that this thing that is complex to many is made tangible by some few. These few really, really need to get together somehow. Because I'm telling you, Forefather, the questions that you're asking right now are of real importance, real. Because the thing is, it can be done. However, we can also sleep through it. Because really, it could have been done 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. What's been happening, unfortunately, is we keep loading more into the new generation, giving them even more weight. We need to take some of that weight almost immediately, which is why, is it the way of the individual that takes 20 years, or do we really put thought to metal and understand that there is a way that we need to design anew, no matter what's happened in history, because it has to be done tailored to us, tailored. Omo.
But this is the danger now, because it's not exactly a science where you just expect to get away with it. Because the findings were scary for me, because like you know how we say that because some people will argue that poorer nations are not going to be able to fund their security or stuff like that. I even went as far back. I said, okay, after there are nations like Sweden, all these other countries that became successful economically. Then I said, but can you check when they were poorer, their status, how their security forces were? And some of the information I saw was quite astounding. And we are not even there today. And one of the questions I also asked was, after the Second World War, 10 years after the Second World War, give us the list of all these nations that everybody used to love now, like Sweden, Switzerland, Japan, Germany, that people used to love now. After the Second World War, many of them were devastated. And they said, list all these countries, their security posture. And in terms of ratios, like citizen to military soldier, and the numbers. Look at Japan that was defeated in a
I
war.
want to leave, guys. I will talk
Yeah,
to
yeah,
you all
yeah,
later.
yeah.
Brother,
Thank you for
Yeah,
joining us, man. Today
later.
see you,
Yeah,
brother. Easy,
yeah.
man.
We will
you gave
talk
us some
more.
serious
There
lecture.
will be more conversation, more topics
Yeah.
we need to review.
Go drink more beer. Go drink more beer. Go drink more beer.
Be quiet. We need the business.
Be quiet. So yeah, the one that bothered me was that like Japan that was defeated during the Second World War, 10 years later, their military this thing is one this thing soldier to that's 1 million soldier to 400 and something civilian. No, 1 to 416 civilians, which is higher than Nigeria's posture. They were defeated in the Second World War. They still have more military than Nigeria today. Germany, that was defeated in the Second World War. Germany, that was defeated in the Second World War, has one citizen to this in the 200 and.
But you know that these are repetitive points of yours.
No.
And I take it all on board. I take it all on board.
I'm going
But,
back in time, not now.
but are you saying that Nigeria should be at a much higher level of security when the nation is as poor as it is, and when it does come from a military background in many terms? It already comes from a militarized nation, but yet, because of the lack of administrative diligence and honesty, it is come to scrap. Now, this is the reality. It's not because we want to pontificate about.
Did we come from a military background? We never did. That's the point.
And we don't have prowess now. We don't have prowess. We don't even have thinking, bro.
And if you don't have that, my problem is that what is bothering me is that we have to find a way. If you can't get what all these people did at that time, if we are not even in their league, then we have to outthink. We have to come up with a way, because these metrics could be a way of other nations watching what we are doing. If they see that we are beginning to come into the bracket of this nation, because these nations were poor at this stage. If
You
they
know,
start coming to the
I tell
bracket,
you,
they
I
will
won't tell
start
you my
knocking us
whole,
down.
my brother forefathers. I won't tell you my whole design, because I too, as confident as I am in my thinking, I'm not so confident to bring anything out in the open that is as complex as it is. So I'll put it like this. In my thinking over the past 30 years on this, I mean, real logistic, strategic thinking, in my feeling about Nigeria, Africa, the diaspora as a whole, I've come to the point where sometimes my thinking is before what takes place, or the things that I should be doing, somebody else has now begun doing it. So in my look at it now, I see the most underlining level of change that we need in West Africa, Nigeria, is what's taking place in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. I would have wanted that somehow for Nigeria, not necessarily militarily wise, but in terms of really uncovering the cloak of neo-colonialism, which is what is really going on, and being able to uncover that cloak, making things really clear, and being able to operate a real democracy. If that cloak doesn't come off, there's no democracy that we're really practicing in Nigeria. So when we look at what's happening in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they are actually at the point where they are facing the real world. They are facing the West. They have no cloak anymore. They've taken that cloak off. And in that, they have decided to kick the French and the Americans out. And it took a lot of shamblings to get to that point. Shamblings to the point of where a country like ours, Nigeria, that we want to be proud of, made a schoolboy error of not backing them to the point they wanted to go to war with them. When I see this example, I say that this is the beginning. Wait, this is the beginnings of my design, where it should take place in that area called West and French West Africa. Should be taking the cloak off completely, come with one economic value in terms of currency, and make sure our security as a whole is compounded. That is the step that we take in terms of militarizing ourselves. However, the fact of our economy and the way, if we had that whole space, economic wise, we have tons of value, past money. So we can operate in many economic fields. Going digital, we can do it. Keeping cash, we can do it. And this mentality economically has to be ensued. This is part of my design. When we now look at the value chain in terms of not just our mineral wealth, but when we look at the value chain in our mineral wealth of gold in West Africa alone, we can back our currency easily against real money, not fiat. Not fiat. We will join them, but it is not BRICS. It is not BRICS. I think there's a wisdom in us not being in BRICS as Nigeria, but with us somehow operating something called the ECO, or whatever the currency would be, backed with Naira, backed with Kobo. Doesn't matter what the currency is, but that currency involves that whole West African region. I must come to the point.
To prevent people from taking,
you know, we're talking practically. I'm talking practically. I'm not talking about things that can't happen, and I'm not talking about just asking questions. I'm talking about how do we answer these questions. I'm putting to you, I have a design. I'm putting that to you. I'm putting to you
that you can. Okay, let me understand what you are saying. That you have a design to implement these things. So, like that, if you are given the resources to be able to implement it and the support. So, but how do you prevent it from being stopped? Because Nigeria wanted to join the ECO. This is the thing.
I tell you how.
Let me finish the point. Nigeria tried to join the ECO, and it failed right under our nose, and we couldn't say anything about it. Why? Because a stronger power came and just hijacked it.
But was it anything in the first place? Was it anything? Were they doing anything with it?
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest. The African Union for so long, really and truly, what power has it exerted? What aficionado has it exerted over the African planet as far as politics is concerned? No, let's be serious. Let's be serious. Let's be serious, bros. Let's be serious. These institutions adapt to nothing. Constitutionally, morally, in terms of an Africanicity, they add up to nothing. They are tools of the West being conjunctified easily. The Chinese, they built the African Union building in Addis Ababa. They had the whole place filled with cameras and mics all over the place.
Let me start asking questions then. So that I ask you, you answer, then I ask again. So how did they become tools of the West if there was no
No,
element
no,
of question?
bruh, I think we can speak the history, and I can speak the history, but I think we have to come up to date with the practicalities of where we are right now. Where we are.
Okay.
Wait,
So
wait, bro.
how do you
Please,
stop the West?
please.
How do you stop yourself from being tools of the West? That's why I want to be asking you these questions.
No, no, it's okay. This is where I can answer as part of the design. You see, where we sit as Nigerians, if we really be frank, and if we have love for us as people and our nation state geographically, Nigeria, I would suggest to us that there are at least 40 million Nigerians outside of Nigeria, spread the majority in Europe and America, I would suggest. But we're in the Far East, we're in the Middle East, we're all over the place. So, given that, when we look around, we see a lot of presence of ourself. I'm telling you, forefather, when I was young, I didn't see this presence of ourself. I did not see it. My nearest cousins were all the way in Plumstead. I was in Lewisham, and we related as the only Nigerians with their hair. The rest were Jamaican or other black ethnicities, and then Oyinbo. Pakistanis even came after us in terms of waves, real waves. They came after us. Originally, it was just black and white in real terms. Then we're here now with nearly all ethnicities around the world. But there's a great presence of Nigerians, and there's actually, I would say on a 100% basis, I would say that we are doing like 64% to the good in terms of our locations, wherever we are in the world. Given that, we know that there is deep expertise amongst us. The only thing is, we still practice the Niger adage of education, 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 which is good. But we have to be practicing skills, manual skills. We have to be knowing that artisanship is a part of our heritage that we need to reignite. All this to say that we are rather well placed, rather sophisticated individuals and indeed collectives that we can bring to be articulate in the war we are pursuing and use articulation and our fan base. There is a fan base for Nigeria, and if we are doing the right thing in the world, the black community as a whole are coming at our back. They will back us. Then, if we are doing the right thing in the world, the whole world would glean to what the African logic base is. And we, I will tell you, have the articulation for this kind of war. If, as you rightly pronounce, we can somehow get our security in place in that West Africa at least, and we have an economy in that place at least, that is a big power base. With that, we have a voice in this world. And our politics, if put correctly, would be a voice that can be championed, especially given the space that we're in right now. That is a panic, not just to us as Africans, but to the whole world. The whole world is in a complex state of confusions. So we have to know how to play this game. We have to know how to play this game. And to a large extent, they think they have us underhand. But if we use our nous, bruh, we'll soon switch positions. The way
So the answer you gave was about you said we will articulate our points because of based on the skill set that we've developed over time, and that we will also be able to gather the support of the community, globally, which means you have to articulate it to them too. So it's a kind of strategy which has some merits, which I personally have argued for that before too. So it does make sense, but you still had it, because the reason why I think what you said makes sense is because, like, if you look at the Nigerian leader Buhari, when they were talking about ECO, he didn't articulate anything to the diaspora or anything else. And when the time came, the friend just came, took it, and walked away, and nobody said anything after that. So my point is that how is this articulation now? Let's say you articulated it, and a lot of the black community bought into it. In the end, when somebody comes in and says, because by the time you get to the point where you start articulating it, somebody will come and try to stop it first, so it doesn't get to that point. You see what I mean? What if they try to stop you before then? What do you do?
Let me. You know what? Speak the truth is here, and I'm actually glad to see him. As much as I was glad not to see him over the past 3 series. So I will allow him. I'm sure he's been listening, and I will actually want to hear his point of views on the things that we may have been speaking about that he may have listened to, as being, I would say, by just way of his accent, as much as I know saying a Nigerian be, by way of his accent, from an American point of view, looking at the diaspora and what it can and cannot do as regards to back home. What your feelings are. I would rest back.
Yeah. Let me just let him understand. The idea behind this is original thoughts. Because the path that I see other nations have taken, I'm not sure Nigerians are ready for it today. Maybe something will happen tomorrow and we'll be ready. But if that doesn't happen, are we going to remain like this forever? So we have to have a way of engineering ourselves, maybe like the way America did. But America didn't have anybody trying to sabotage it. America didn't have anybody trying to take its resources. So those are the kind of things the challenges we are facing. And there has to be original thought. And I think what Jagun said does have merits in terms of being kind of original thought, like, use our skill sets that we have, gain skills, and also articulate our case globally to the black community to, in other words, get support for whatever we want to do. And I think that will work to an extent. It might actually work if you can get it out, if you can get the message out. But if you cannot get the message out, you could be stopped before you even get any teeth into it. So, but if you can get it out, it can work to a point. But when you start working to a point where you are becoming like an influential economic or technological power, you start having those problems because you are taking power from some other people. When Dangote refinery opened, other refineries closed around the world. That is how consequential. Whenever you rise, others pay a price for it, and they will come for you eventually. So that is the point I'm trying to. I think he's gone.
You said it well, but I wanted to hear from him. But I think you said it well, especially by including Dangote's position.
Yes,
because
that's an example.
This is what I'm speaking about, as though because of the length of time, I promise you that I've been on this subject, on this trail, in building myself culturally, spiritually, and economically. In this furrow, I am also a historian, and I'm looking deeply into the questions that you ask. And many of them I have been able to only pursue through economics. I can't see how I can bring anything apart from thought to other aspects apart from our economics. And I'm saying if we can hold our economics, we hold a good sway of our politics, because Nigeria is about 250 million, if not 300 right now globally. So when we look at the whole of West Africa, we're going closer to 500 million as an economic zone. Upon that, if we had our own currency, which is not fiat, there are little things that people around the world would be able to do to economically. Now, as you rightly suggest, that we have to have some level of high level security against any force in the world that would like to clash with us. And that come to nuclearism. I don't say nuclear bombs, I say nuclearism. There's so much that you can do with nuclear that you don't even, we can't even begin to speak about the nuclear fusion, what you can do with it. I know there are many of you who have an understanding of security. I think speaking to you, maybe you can say what's out there now, but do you know what's out there in the beyond? And do you know who are amongst these who are looking at nuclear fusion and what we can do with it? So there are many aspects that we can go to, but the aspects that which we can begin to deliver now are strictly economic and political. And if we can do that, we would have a lot of way of buying technology, buying in infrastructure, buying in how best we can protect ourselves as a region in this world.
Wow.
Remember, there are many other things going on. If we are going on at the same time, where we stand quite greatly in Europe as Black people. We stand quite greatly in America as Black people. Still, people who have positions in the world. So we have those levers. We have those levers where we can interact with our African American brothers and sisters, where we can interact here in Europe with our Caribbean brothers and sisters, with our other Africans here, where we can interact politically. This is where we bring politics in to bear. Believe me, I've been thinking about this, as I said, for 30 odd years, and I've been involved at many levels, politically and economically, globally. I'm not speaking about here alone, globally, to the tunes of many places in Europe in terms of economically, many places in the Far East, as far as Japan, economically and politically. So I've seen the world, it is, and I've seen how people take power. And I've seen how there's power for different people in different regions of the world. When I went to the Middle East and I saw what the Indians and Pakistanis are doing, because the Arabs themselves aren't working. So the Indians and Pakistanis are their major workforce. In that area. So when I look at them, I'm thinking, look at these people are building the economics back home. All of a sudden, you see in India and China emerge. As you rightly put
India is a power now. China
as
is
you
already
rightly
power.
put it, as you rightly put it, forefather, through their diaspora. That's how it happened. I don't know. It was Lee John. I don't know Lee. One of these Chinese presidents. He took tour. He was one of the first to do it. And he went to America and went to Europe and he saw how the manufacturing base was working. And he went back home and said, you know what? There is no way we're going to do this strictly using the communism of Russia. We have to embrace the economic aspect of the West. And in doing that, we are going to set up these regions. He was the one who set up Guangdong in southern China to become the world's manufacturing base. He's long gone now, but his thinking is alive. His thinking is doing it. His thinking economically has risen China within all of our lifetimes. There were, sorry to put it in this rubbish way, there were tramps yesterday. Now they're the golden ones of the planet.
Now you see what this is exactly what I'm talking about. The point you just highlighted is exactly what I'm talking about, because what he did, no one else had done it before him. No communist regime or socialist embraced capitalism. You see that? That's original thinking there. That understood that, okay, yeah, we have this space, we already got our military, but how do we tangle with this?
My brother, I'll put this in very quickly. As you say, this is an intellectual, highbrow conversation. You know, the Chinese are blessed with maths. You know, they know how to do maths. You know, when I went to school with Chinese, and they were always rubbish at the English history and the geography. They were rubbish.
Stop with you're being racist now. Well, you know, they don't.
No, that was largely because of the language. But when it came to the sciences, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, I found out that these people they speak physics. That's their language. Omar, the way they understand that thing, it's not a joke. So I've understood how the mind works from different aspects of the world and what people are involved with. If you're involved with mathematics, right, nobody can hold you back. There's no one in the planet, scientifically or in any other region, that can hold you back. Nigeria has a depth of history, knowledge, and thought where mathematics is concerned. That is why we are performing in the world as individuals. If we bring this mathematics to play, we're unstoppable.
Thank
We're
you.
unstoppable.
Let's bring I can fire in. I can fire, don't fire also. There's no firing business. We're all gentle people having intellectual conversations. I can fire. You see how he's looking at me? He's looking at me like this guy is passive aggressive against me. That is not what
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing.
mean, you just said we are gentle. I'm tired of gentleness, man. I mean, we people, we have tried manners, we have tried discipline, we have tried begging, we tried on our knees and all that. No, we need to cuss some people out and we need to tell some people you are enemy. And you didn't like us, so we don't like you. And show it in action. Because you see, that's our problem. Our, well, the African problem, the man in Africa. His problem is he thinks he don't have no problem. His problem is his problem is he always forgives the white man. I mean, Benin, that is Niger. Why should why should Nigeria and Benin people forgive white people? There is no reason. I don't see the reason why you're not angry at England. I don't understand why there isn't no agitation of revenge, punitive revenge on the punitive because of the punitive charge that England took on Benin. So I want to know that. I want to know, is there a statute of limitation on that for Africans? If you may, and what is the statute of limitation on these things?
I
If
think,
you,
don't you think there is, like, you have Egypt and Israel that fought wars, and they managed to make peace. Jordan fought wars with Israel. They made peace and moved on from the phase. My point is that, like, the issues we have with the British, it's partly our fault, you see, because we are the one that allowed those things to happen to us. Until now, we are still doing it. So why should we want to take revenge on them when we are the ones that have not fixed ourselves?
all
You
right,
don't.
but I'll explain. I'll explain that because you asked why.
Yeah.
Well, my theory is that you are living in Europe. You are all the way down north, and you had to leave all the way north and come up to the south to come and destroy our kingdoms. That is evidence for revenge, ongoing revenge, because it's not like, oh, it's Ghana people. You feel me? You took ships. You formulated aggression on our people. You're looking at it like, oh, it's our fault. We invited them in. Yes, we invited them in because we didn't have that degree of immorality. We didn't know that people are using sneaky avenues to get into our system to destroy us. Even now, You see, they took down African Stream. So you need to understand that white people is witty, and they are fully of the understanding of what they do. They are not making any mistakes.
Your camera is frozen. Or
No,
is
it's
it
not
me?
frozen. No, it's not frozen.
Yeah, don't matter about the camera.
It's okay.
As
It's okay.
long as my voice is not frozen. But I'm
No,
just trying to
it's
say,
okay. It's okay. You can hear you. It's okay. Can hear you.
okay. So I'm trying to say, man, we're too soft. We are too soft. Why are we forgiving? Why are we so forgiving? What did we win?
My brother, Icon Fire. Wait. Can I just put this to Icon Fire, please? My brother.
Nyango, if you can let this local speak, you've had a lot.
I just want to give him a question. I need to understand what because I'm listening. I need to understand.
Ask your question, then local can make his comment.
I like the fact that you speak we, but within your we, there seems to be a separation. And also, in what light would you like to see the revenge take place? Because I don't fully disagree with you, but I believe that you're not looking at it from where we are right now specifically.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I did not say, hey, we should go and try to bomb rush anything. I'm saying that we should formulate our education system around teaching our children that one day we have to take revenge for these incidences. You feel me?
What kind of revenge? What kind of revenge, my brother?
Oh, like depopulate Western Europe.
Oh, brother. Anyway, I'm listening.
Okay.
And also disappear.
Hold on. Sorry. You can't say that now. That is a form of genocide now. This is what I'm talking about.
This is why I have to ask. This is why I have to ask.
And whenever he says these things, he goes inside the dark, and then you can't see him anymore. See, you can't be saying this type of stuff now. And what is the purpose of revenge? What is the purpose of revenge?
All right. This all I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Back and said you can't say that.
Saying all these things. You're going to get this channel in trouble. Don't be saying this stuff.
I can't fire. Listen. Just listen, please. Just listen. Do me a favor. Just listen.
I haven't finished, but go ahead.
Okay. The place you're mentioning, right? 100% conversant with that place and 100% conversant with that history, what really happened, right? You see, these people are here, right? They are playing chess games with us. It's not that we can't play the chess game with them back, right? But it's because they can plan for 50 years what they want to do, so they can plan today what they want to do in the next 50 years. The outcome they want to achieve in 50 years time, they can start planning it today. Bit by bit, they'll be playing the chess game with us, but we will not know, because most of us black race, we're looking for survival, fighting for survival, how to eat, how to this, how to that, how to meet up with the system, especially in the diaspora. Now, the revenge you are talking of, right? Why would they allow you to slide? Why would that people, that tribe, allow you to slide? First thing first, they influence the type of constitution we have today, whereby relegating all tribal chiefs, all tribal kings in that part of Nigeria, relegating them, you understand, with the help of the Nigerian constitution, you understand, making as little as the elected office in Nigeria, which is as small as a councillor. A councillor's position is bigger than a king in Nigeria, the way the Nigerian constitution is drafted. You understand, so to speak. That's why you can see a governor can wake up and say he wants to sack or remove or dethrone a king. You understand? Although there are kings in Nigeria that are appointed by the governor. rotated. Where there are kings in Nigeria, you understand, that are nothing to do with the appointment
Not
of
part of the political
the government.
system.
You understand, as not, it's just there because it's bloodline, royal blood, and all that stuff. So, but in a nutshell, the Nigerian constitution is drafted in a way that the king is the throne of a king is lower than that of the office of a councillor, an ordinary
But that
councillor.
don't matter. That don't
No, hold
matter.
on,
The
hold on,
king, the
hold on, hold on.
king,
I'm
the
going
king
somewhere.
must.
No, I'm going somewhere.
I
Now,
haven't
the
finished though.
infantry.
I'd like to finish.
It's his turn now. You can't start making a whole submission. When he
Yeah, I'd
finishes,
like to finish.
you can make your submission.
Yeah, just let me finish, right?
No more
It
depopulation
don't matter.
invading and this thing. No more invading and chasing people into the water, please.
And I haven't spoken about the Arabs yet. Come on, to Niger, man.
Exactly.
All right, let me just go back right there. It don't matter who is the leader. If the king is an idiot, a big old stupid guy, your country is gonna be nothing. If your government have pure stupid idiot white loving people in it, your government gonna be nothing. What needs to change is the people's mentality towards themselves and towards outside Africa, not outside your border, outside Africa. You feel me? These attitudes need to be changed. You need to have a black privilege attitude. People in Nigeria need to get the full wealth of Nigeria and the full respect from Nigerians, and the full respect from the government. Now, how you gonna do that? The government is the people and the people is the government. At this time, 80 to 90% of Nigeria is fully corrupt. Fully. Boy, girl, well, adults, everybody over 18. Once you, let me speak. 90%. Once you pass 18, you are a corrupt individual. You're either a thief, a little swindler, a little liar, a little scammer, a little what the hell ever. You might the pastor, thief, scammer. So you see, what I'm saying is, any one of those little immoral people get into government, it will never change. So you need a Pan-African black conscious teaching in Nigeria to be enforced. You need a black power, a black conscious, black privilege movement in Nigeria. So when it dominates whatever part of the society, now anyone can become president because random people is uncorrupt. So these people will be instrumental to the government for the people of Nigeria to survive. Anything else, you're not going to survive. Right now, you can't trust nobody in Nigeria because all of them is white lovers. They love Dutch people. They love goddamn everybody in Western Europe. They love more than the Nigeria. If you can sit there and watch beggars, if you can sit there and tolerate beggars, your brothers begging, you are one of the problems. All of you can't. Same with Jamaica. Same with all Black Nation. If we don't stop each other from going broke, stop them from being nothing. Go look around in Nigeria. If any one of you come from Nigeria, nobody wants nobody to get rich. People have to be real wicked to get rich. People want to stop each other from getting rich. And white men will come to Lagos and get rich. The China man will come to Lagos and get rich, and the black people will give them privilege to do so. Who you think is running Galamsey in goddamn Ghana? Why you think they're doing it? Because the churches is telling them that white people is the better ones, and they have you was born seeing white people with wealth, so they deserve wealth, and that's why the Chinese. The black people is allowing the Chinese to get rich out of Galamsey and all different type of things. We are the ones who is allowing them to get rich in Jamaica. They're killing each other in the streets of the city. But a white man is there with his kids, raising them till they're adults and have their stores getting rich in our cities. And they're not dying. You know what that is? White privilege in black areas. Nigeria have white privilege. It don't have black privilege. It has white privilege. Same with Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's why they kill so much people, because they don't like blackness, and they have been taught to do so. That's why they have that civil war. Same with Nigeria. That caused the civil war. It's because people don't want, they have been taught to discriminate on each other. And these things make you poor, guaranteed. So we have to control our women, because our women are carriers of culture. So our women are a major part in changing the morality of our people. You have to clean our women and get them moral, so they can raise moral children. When I say moral, I mean love your blackness, love your hair, and love our people, and show that. And even by force, we need to do that. And that would make our victory mandatory. You feel me? Sir, go ahead now.
So okay. So because if that is your submission, so that he can speak. Eccentricas. Yeah, I've not heard from you today. Please go ahead, Eccentricas.
Okay, I cannot finish my comment, right?
No, let the people who haven't spoken speak now.
Eccentric.
Go please, take it easy. Let's let
No,
this.
Okay, I was saying something anyway when you said he has to finish. I thought I was going to complete what I said. Okay, no problem.
Eccentricas, can he take a minute to round it? 1 minute.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. So I can't. I completely understand what you're saying, right? But as regards that invasion you're talking about, right? The excuses I gave, or the reasons I gave, were the reasons why those people cannot do anything, because constitution-wise, they have been tied. Their hands are tied. You understand? And even now, the way it is in Nigeria, or that part of the Benin you're talking about, most of the traditional rulers or chiefs there have been compromised. They have taken money for politicians, and they cannot even speak. They want to even, because I think it was recently when Artifact was even returned to Benin, and there was a controversy between the governor of the state of the Benin there and even the king of the Benin. There was a political fight who is going to receive the artifact. And ideally, if the British who stole the artifact from the palace, if they're returning it, they're supposed to take it to the palace. But I don't know, for political reasons, the governor got involved, and there was power tussle between the governor and the king, which traditionally is a wrong thing for the governor to do. But because it's a governor and constitutionally is bound to interfere wherever, he kind of has his day. You understand? At least that was basically the reason why he even lost this last election. Not he lost anyway, but his party lost his last election because of
I think you take a lot. You take a lot from what local I Can Fire was saying. I Can Fire, I think, in listening to him and his whole
Jago, let's not do this now. Let's not do this.
No, I'm just saying it's not necessary for our man to say what he's saying.
No, man, let Django let Django clarify. Let Django clarify.
No, let Eccentric have his say, because the people that have come in, they've not said anything.
I just was stepping in, I wasn't interrupting. But anyway, continue.
I understand. Eccentricast, please go ahead. So that after you all speak, then you can have more, congenial conversation.
Yeah, it's based on what I Can Fire, his submission, right? in Nigeria, for instance, and in most African countries, we have like tribalism, right? We have tribal problems. You know, we need to navigate, we need to transcend tribalism first, right? And the best way we can do that is by letting people know that, you know, the world, you know, the first society was a family, right? Family was the first structure that humanity had, right? We went from family to hamlets, right? Families grew, and like if you can observe hunter gatherer communities in Africa right now, right? You can see how the families expand and they hunt and gather, you know, right in a small community, right? And from hunter gathering, humanity became tribal, right? So tribalism isn't really that bad, right? It served its purposes, right? You know, there was a time when tribalism wasn't a bad thing because if you are, for instance, if you're Igbo, right, you are my brother. Even though we were not born from the same parent, right, we are the same. You know, we are family, right? Just because you were Igbo, and that eliminated the whole uh, affiliation with only your hamlets, right? So from tribalism, this concept evolved into nationhood, right? Now we have like nationhood like Nigeria, right? All you have to be, all you need to be my brother is to be a Nigerian, right? It's like, for instance, if I go out to play football with Nigerians, I don't go, oh, are you Igbo? Are you from my village or whatnot? If you're Nigerian, you know, we link up, right? So this small microcosm is growing from family, homeland, tribe, country, and it grew to like black consciousness. That's like the next level of it. This black
True
consciousness.
that.
That's the next level, right? That's why, like, if you're a black man, I don't care where you're from. I don't care if you're from Jamaica. I don't care if you're from United States of America. Anywhere in the world, right? You are my brother, right? That consciousness is growing, right? I think the next level, the next growth will be it will be like a world consciousness. It will be like a new world order type of thing, right? Where everybody in the
True
whole
that.
world become one. The concept of nation will probably disappear, right?
Did you
So,
say the whole world? Did you say the whole world?
oh yeah, the whole world will unite.
Clarify. Clarify.
You know what I'm saying? Unite as one. Like all you have to do is like look
You
at
mean
planet Earth
like
from the
races? You mean
no no
like
no
races or black people?
hold on. Huh? That's gonna be the next level. That's gonna be the next paradigm. That will be the next paradigm. It's not here right now. The current paradigm right now is we are black people, right? We are united as black people, not as Igbo, not as Nigerian. We are united as black people. That's the next paradigm. That's a more bigger
Yeah.
umbrella,
Yeah.
right? That's the paradigm we are in right now. So we need that consciousness in Nigeria, right? Instead of fighting over, you know, are you Yoruba? Are you from this tribal community? Are you from Delta State? Are you from Warri? We should be black people, right? With this paradigm, that's what Pan Africanism brought. You know, people like Kwame Nkrumah. He wanted to unite the whole African continent, right, into one continent where we can all traverse any terrain in Africa, right, without going through, you know, getting passports, getting visas. He wanted to open up the whole Africa, you know what I'm saying, and connect the whole continent. If the whole Africa becomes one nation, kind of like how they have a United Nation right now. I mean, kind of like how they have a European Union. Africa needs to have its own union where all African countries need to unite militarily, economically, with no exclusions. All African nations, right? All the powers need to unite under one cause, right? And that cause will be the
No,
upliftment.
no. I have to stop you, please.
No. Please don't stop him. Yeah, just like you didn't want to be stopped. I respect why you want to stop him, but please let him land. Please, I beg you. I beg you.
So, you know, that's what we need. You know, we need a united Africa, right? And this guy from South Africa, Malema, he's been pushing this concept, and it's a very beautiful concept, right? You know, we saw xenophobia that happened in South Africa. We've seen all types of xenophobia that happens all in different parts of Africa, right? Like, for instance, xenophobia in Nigeria that was started by Nnamdi Kanu, right? All his xenophobic rhetorics. We don't need that. We need united front. You know, we don't need to separate. We don't need people calling people names because of their tribal affiliations or whatnot. We need to be united as Africans and as Black people, right? That it should be, we should have an African passport. You know what I'm saying? Black passport, so that we can all travel and do.
I think eccentric, as what you are saying is not like people. Most of us that are here that are of this persuasion tend to know these things. I think the area that I'm really curious about, that the question was about original thought. Like, okay, yes, this is true, but how do you physically manifest them on the ground? Because you have to start from somewhere. Something has to trigger it to actually come to fruition. How does
All
the
right.
so that's what I'm asking.
If you actually think about it, people like Fela Kuti, right? Fela Kuti, the pioneer of Afrobeat, right? His whole message was about Pan Africanism, African unity, right? It wasn't about Fela Kuti was not attacking a particular ethnic group, right? He's Yoruba, right? He wasn't attacking Igbo people. He was not attacking the North. That's how elevated his mind was. The guy was elevated mentally, right? If you listen to his music, it's a philosophical piece, right? Like he was talking about African unity, and he recognized the people that were, that served as Trojan horses for the Western world. The leadership classes, the military classes with the neoliberal mindset, right? He called them out. What we need is we need to teach our people, right, to transcend, our tribal differences and recognize that there's a new paradigm. And that paradigm is already in existence. It's been around for a very long time. This Pan-African paradigm, the we are Black people paradigm. That's the paradigm that we need to instill. You know what I'm saying? And the best way we can do that is
you instill it now? Because I think a lot of people wish this before now, but they were not able to.
Listen, we can do that. We can start in our schools, right? Schools play important roles, right? Schools and religion, right? Our schools teaches us, for instance, like if you go to Nigeria and study history, they will teach you the history of the Greeks, of the all the European histories, right? If you study philosophy, you're studying the philosophies of Europeans, Descartes, and fucking all the European philosophers. There are philosophers in Africa, right? Like there's this guy I just learned about him. He's a philosopher from Germany, but he was originally from Ghana. His last name is Amo, A-M-O, right? And there's a city in Germany named after him, and he wrote a lot of books. He studied philosophy and whatnot. They don't teach his work in any philosophy class in Africa, right? Or in Nigeria. Exactly. Emo. So we need that, we need the African consciousness. We need to teach our people that, our ancestors did great things, right? We need to teach about Kwame Nkrumah, teach about the old Kemet, Commission civilization, and even African Igbo civilization. You don't even have to go as far as Commission civilization. Igbo civilization, like we were smelting iron. Igbo people, for instance, if you look at our Igbo people, the Benin people that you guys are talking about right now, most of their artifacts are made with iron. These people were smelting iron before Europeans figured out that you need a very hot furnace to smelt an iron. We were doing that. How were we able to do that? That's advanced science. We were doing cesarean sections. They were doing cesarean sections in I think Namibia before Europeans were having almost 100% mortality rate when they do cesarean section. 100% mortality.
It was Uganda. It was Uganda actually. But as forefather says, you see, we came to a point. I don't know when you came in.
Okay.
But we many of the things that you are saying are correct historically. One and two of the things are out of speech, but we are speaking about the narrative of change in terms of what is possible and what route does it take and what does it look like, in the understanding that there are those opposed to your forthcoming. So we want to analyze what a movement could mean. We want to analyze which way do we take on a personal level. That may take 20 years for any individual really to be able to live in two spaces comfortably, which is to say you are living in Nigeria and you are able to live anywhere in the West at the same level where you are able.
Yep.
Now, that's a route that I will put to you that will take you at least 20 years to get it right with real focus. There is another route that I believe we could take that will take 5 years. It underlines weight. It underlines a risk, a great risk, at every individual who will be involved in this 5-year change.
I would like to hear 5 years, the 5 years plan that you have, right? But personally,
no, we're asking you, what does that look like in eventuating to a change, one way or the other?
We can emulate the Chinese model, right? The path is education, period. The path is education in the sciences. We need to emphasize education in the sciences, right? And this is something, it might sound as far-fetched right now, but it's really not. You know, right now we are in the age of information, right? People have access to a lot of information, you know, at the tip of their hand. All we need to do
Science,
is
history, and mathematics. Science, history, and mathematics. That's the best thing you could ever do to Africa.
I agree with that. Science, history, and mathematics. We need emphasis in the sciences, in the area of sciences. For instance, when we had the Civil War, the Biafran Civil War, there were people, you know, locally in Biafra that were making bombs. They were making, you know, I wouldn't say intercontinental bombs, but something similar to that. You know,
ammunition. They were making ammunition, not just bombs. Ammunition.
I mean, they were making bombs. They were making bombs. They had like museums with all the bombs that, you know.
We are aware. We are aware, my brother.
Those technology can be reverse engineered to make rockets. That's how they made rockets, man. It was after the Second World War. It was the technology of rockets that they reverse engineered to go. I mean, intercontinental missiles that they reverse engineered to go to space, right? If we have that technology, we could reverse engineer that technology. We can put it into space exploration or the types of.
As I'm saying, most people don't understand what motivation is. If you have no enemies like Africa does, Africa don't have in the Africans' mind, Africa don't have no enemies, and they don't revenge about nothing that nobody did to them. Although their skulls is in European museums, and all their ancient artifacts is in European museums. You feel me? They still not mad about anything. And that's why you ain't making nothing, because you're not mad about anything. If you was mad about anything, then that's the reason that you would try to build anything of mass destruction, because you want to do somebody something. You feel me? You think white people is, yeah, you're right, I'm right.
It's not that you're wrong. It's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're very drastic, and I understand where you're coming from, my brother. Don't get me wrong. The only thing is,
and how can we sit there and have these people arm themselves against us, and we don't realize that these people are actually arming themselves against us? You feel me? And now what I'm saying is, look at this now. The amount of robbery these people have taken out on Africa, it's unreal. Africa built Europe. Africa built even Russia and all these places by and Eastern Europe, by extension of the wealth that Western Europe accumulated, it extended to Eastern Europe. You feel me? And America. And there's a lot of places that Africa built. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is, if Africa, Africans hardly even had to learn trade and learn a whole bunch of rudimentary stuff. If Africa really understood itself, what's in Africa could make everybody in the world could just come work for Africa and have African children living in luxury and all that without even breaking a sweat. because what the world wants, Africa has, and that is leverage. You feel me? But what they do is take away your leverage, and one of the main way how they took away your leverage is taking away your mental fortitude in terms of the love of yourself, the love of your people, the love of your land. They took all of that away. You can see the people that be drowning in the oceans, the love of their land has been taken away. That's why they prefer to drown in the ocean. I'm telling you, they prefer Europe. That's why your money can't have no value, because the people long in their eyes for European money.
I can fire. Listen to this. Let's. There are facts out there, right? Let's pay attention to facts, right? If you take your Google and look it up right now, Africa is going to be set to outperform the rest of the world economically over the next 2 years. If you look at the gross domestic product, going to the GDP of Africa.
Hey, look, bro. No, I disagree.
Can we allow I speak the truth to add to the conversation?
Okay.
Yes, now.
That's cool. I'm listening. Everybody can keep talking. I'm enjoying it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. This is how I disagree with you, my bro. Hold on. Wait. I disagree with you. Wait. I'm disagreeing with you. I understand that Africa has a lot of growth. Hold up, man. I understand that a lot of growth is in Africa, right? It's not. Let me speak. It's not. I'm trying to say something to you, bro. You see, I respect what you're saying, but it's not totally realistic since Africa is since Africa is mostly under colonization, mostly under neo-colonization. What does that mean? That means in the
process of
come on.
liberation would take time, right? It would take time. Listen, there was a time when
hold on. I am a Pan-Africanist, so I understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying too. You feel me? But the fact remains, right? The fact remains. You have Anglo-America. Anglo-America is a dominant mining company that dominates all southern Africa, and it's also in Western Africa, Ghana, and these places. Right? Just hold up. Their foundation is so deep in Africa. I don't know when that gonna move. And you have also Glencore. That's in all parts of Africa also. So you see, what I'm trying to say to you is, although you see these things, it's a mirage. A lot of it is a mirage. The man on the ground does not feel these things, this GDP that you're talking about. You feel me? They are destroying Africa secretly, legally. You understand? You need to understand this, bro. They are robbing the children of Africa, the unborn, things, and it's legal. They have these governments that endorse them. Most of Africa is a 10%. Let me just hold on, man. Just hold on, man. Most of Africa is a 10% country in terms of they only get 10% of their raw material venture. Mandatory.
Hmm?
Mandatory.
Well, does Nigeria get 10% of our oil? We get more than
From the European. These are the deals. It is only because of the honorable soldiers of Nigeria that overtook that country. Why you did not get in?
Let me interrupt real quick. Nigeria does get like only 10% of the oil it produces.
How?
And
They get more.
so what happens in a roundabout way is unlike what the French do, where they tell the former French colonies, like, you can only get XYZ that we'll allocate to you, and you got to put the rest in our central banks. What the British and the United States do to Nigeria is they blatantly steal from you in conniving with the connivance of the political officers. So if you ask anybody now today, and me and you been had this discussion a long time ago, and we always had this discussion, you cannot tell Nigeria itself cannot tell how much oil it produces today, 2024. You can't tell. You know what I mean? So whatever they tell you they get is what you like, all right, so give us the money. They give you
It's
whatever
what
they
makes
generate,
you.
and then they steal the rest and tell you, and somehow you put the rest in their country, so you do get less than 10%.
Yeah, and that's what they do with all of our African countries. Look at Niger, right? Just look at Niger. Niger was said to be getting 8% of their uranium deposit, right? And France is selling it for $200, I think, per kilo or something, right? So what happened is, when it's calculated, Niger is getting actually 0.8% of what's going on. You feel me? So they saying, hey, Niger is the poorest country in the world. You feel me?
You need to acknowledge the fact that Niger just took over the country from the French, right? And kicked out the French and kicked out who else? Uncle Sam's foot soldiers, right? So that's the process. The process is already happening. The paradigm shift is happening. It's not gonna happen overnight, but we're seeing it. It's currently happening, right? Niger is taking over their country, and that's
I
gonna.
mean, someone like me, you don't have to. Someone like me, you don't have to really state all of that to say, oh, okay, the process is happening. Of course, me, I've been a fighter. You feel me for this part. I think that part of the influence of the Sahel countries, the AES, is because of people like me. So I
Well,
understand.
forefather, if
I
I
know.
might, you may have to
Yeah, go ahead.
bring the discussion back to where we were in terms of directing what's been said. I think a lot of what's been said is being kind of repeated, and you may need to bring everybody up to the same level of the conversation,
Okay.
somewhat.
The original idea was basically that the question was about how we can get original ideas to get us out of where we are, something new, because given what review that have done, most African countries are not where they are supposed to be to even get out of where we are in the next 5-10 years. So we need
I don't
new
think you
kinds of
should.
ideas.
I don't think you should ask for something new. I don't.
No, wait. Let him finish the
So
question, brother.
the
Please.
the
Hold
the
on.
Listen.
The
what?
reason, the reason I'm saying that. The reason I'm
No.
saying that.
But
Calm down,
there's four of
Django.
us here.
Calm
There's
down,
four of us
Django.
here plus forefather. Make him
Django,
bring that. Make him
allow
direct
me,
the
please.
conversation.
Okay, I can find just
Allow
hold on,
me, please,
for I can find just
Django.
hold on. I've not finished this thing. So the idea is that we have to have original ideas. I understand that from where you are coming from, we don't have to have something new. But the thing that you are saying we shouldn't have something new, has it been done before that worked? So most of them are new, and maybe they have not been tested and to see whether they actually work in reality. Because most of the stuff we've done, we cannot say technically that they worked so far. So the idea is to find new thinking, and not just new thinking. Create an environment that creates that new thinking too within our communities. Because what you tend to find, like in Nigerian culture now, they go for education, but not necessarily creative thinking, where you actually come up with new innovative ideas that no one else has ever invented before. You don't have enough of it. We need more of that. And from what you are saying, I can fire. You have to have, the kind of Pan-Africanist mindset. But if you have that Pan-Africanist mindset, you still need that level of thinking.
But tonight,
Yes.
I understand. I understand Django. I understand everybody. Let me tell you what we as black people want. We want party. We want some comedy. We want something to make us laugh and giggle and shake our little waist and all that. That's what Django is asking. He ain't ready for this. Let me tell you something, bro. You feel me? You want me to give you original thought? Well, let's start up an NGO for what you'd call infiltrating the Ministry of Education in Nigeria in terms of increase funding for the education system, for the Ministry of Education system in Nigeria, so we can dictate terms of teaching. You feel me? In terms of we want more black progressive teaching. We want more black. We want more black privilege in terms of teaching students to treat each other nice, teaching teamwork in school, and teaching black favoritism and black dignity in schools.
I can file. Listen, man.
And
Those things.
we
You don't need
should pay big money to do
you
so.
don't need to create, you don't need to create NGOs to do that. All you have to do is write books. You can write books and lobby for the books to be circulated in schools. You can write books for primary school.
No, that's not what you missing the point. No, you're missing the point. The point is no, hold on. Don't throw me off. Don't throw off my argument. You're missing the point. There are a lot of books. Hold on, wait, man. There are a lot of books. You have the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. You have how Europe underdeveloped Africa. You have a lot of black books that are not being taught in schools. You have Steve Biko. You have all different type of books that are not being introduced in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say to you is,
That's a lie. That's false. You're making a false statement. How Europe underdeveloped Africa is taught in history in the universities. My sister studied history. She owned that book.
Why is it in university? Why isn't it?
Just as did your sister study in the US or Nigeria?
She graduated in Nigeria university.
And they taught her that in Nigerians.
2002. Yeah, she graduated 2002.
That's quite good. If they taught her that in Nigeria, that's good.
Yes. She owned the book as part of their books, part of their curriculum in the university.
That's one book. Did she get the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey? Did she get that?
She doesn't. I don't think they have that. Why?
No, they are not interested in having that.
Well, that's not.
They're not interested in having that. So what I'm trying to say to you, my bro, I don't deal with half stuff. It is kind of half what you're saying. I'm trying to tell you that full-fledged. I'm trying to tell you that financing real black studies, to influence our youth to be dignified black people. That's what I'm trying to say. So we need to set up an NGO in order to make it structured. You feel me? So we can contribute to the Ministry of Education for favoritism. You feel me? For to use their greed on them in order to get a good result. You feel me? Because what's graduating is not going to take the country where it's supposed to be, and it's not going to give the people.
I can fire, but that education system that we have there is not necessarily benign. Like it wasn't put there because somebody just come up with that. Let's just do this because it's the right thing for us to learn. It was put there by somebody telling
Dictated.
them you need to use this type of education system because if you don't use it, we might consider you like you are. Because if you start teaching people about some of the stuff you say, is basically countering some of the narrative our leaders want or their partners want, like telling them that these colonizers are not good. The Europeans, you have to appreciate yourself more than the Europeans. So some people may not like that. They will feel like you are being aggressive towards them, and they will start passing policies against your nation. So if they start doing that, what are you going to do then? You are you going to start resisting them? And if you are going to start resisting them, then why go start with education? Because you are going to face that problem one way or the other.
No, I mean, like, this is how I look at things, right? This is how I look at things. You have to force stuff. Right now, Pan Africanism, right? See, we are the least of people in terms of in the black world. We are the least respected in the black world, right? And yet still, it is us that the oppressor pointed out in their news briefing. You feel me? That this Pan African channel has to go down. So what I'm trying to say to you is that not gonna stop the fight. So this is what I'm trying to say now is like, what do you want? You want your children to become shit just because some people desire that? Or will you fight for your children to become upstanding citizens with more dignity and greatness, with more dignity than
But
Europeans?
everything you
You feel
said
me?
now, everything you said now are things like eccentric cast said. It's something that some nations have done to an extent. They've done of them.
Yeah,
So there
I
are
agree
other
with
things.
it. I agree with eccentric.
I'm talking. See, you try to understand where I'm coming from. I'm talking about strategically changing our position without triggering a war or a confrontation with foreigners in any way.
Well,
That
what I'm trying to, well, my advice is soft power. You feel me? My advice is actually sneaky. It might sound loud, but it's actually a very little sneaky avenue. You feel me? So it's like, yes, it is. You feel me? So it's like you can say, okay, you want to teach you want some of these black books in basic and primary schools. You feel me? And you have a black pride thing going on with the students that people don't notice. A lot of people sometimes don't notice. You feel me? Because but we have to do soft power since everybody's so radical. Even our own people, you feel me, are very radical in terms of they don't want anything to change, but they cry every day about situation. You understand? Because that's what's going on. You feel me? If you how can you only look stupid if you do the same thing and expect a different result. You feel
So
me?
let's say they teach them how to all those things you are talking about. They teach them all those things. Then how do you transition from there to enhance their way of thinking? To hear me out, because I use the example of what just happened about yesterday. With Nasrallah passing. What I noticed was that these groups Israel and Hezbollah were tangling with each other, but one side was advancing faster. Like one side was developing faster. In other words, their way of thinking, their innovative, creative way of thinking was advancing faster than that of this in Nasrallah. You can even argue that they were advancing faster than that of even Iran or most of their rivals. So it means that matters. It doesn't matter that you are thinking faster, even if you are conscious. It doesn't mean you're thinking faster. So if you've now gotten these Pan-Africanist educated students at school now, what are the things you want to institute to ensure in within the African culture that will allow for this type of creative thinking?
I can take that.
Wait,
I can take that.
Farfar, hold
I
on,
can answer
one
that. I can
second.
answer that.
Farfar, what do you mean by they were thinking faster?
That in terms of because when they say thinking faster, in other words, they come up with ideas, they think outside the box, and they understand advanced concepts. They are into this in machine learning, that's AI. They are into AI. They are into this in rocket, this in the ballistic missiles. They are into all kinds of different things, even nuclear technology. They already
But
have
that
come.
wasn't as a result of them thinking faster. That was just as a result of them being more vicious and more manipulative. Iran has wanted
Um,
nuclear. Iran has wanted ICBM forever. It's not like they don't know how to make it. They know how to enrich uranium. They've been trying to do it, but the United States, NATO, and the remaining Western countries plus Israel have been adamant, saying they
why do
cannot
you say
get,
this? Because they are
and
vicious.
they've been adamant, saying they cannot get it. So it's not about them thinking faster. It's just there's a coalition of people. If they decide in the hierarchy of things, you have to be on the bottom. They will ensure and make sure and do everything in their power to make sure you stay at the bottom. So it's not about some kind of ingenuity that you're trying to give them or some
Yeah,
kind of
let me.
forward
Yeah.
or some kind of forward thinking
Then why is
attitude.
the other
That
not doing it then?
because like I
Now let
said,
me get some.
if they decide that there's a hierarchy on this earth. So if they've decided that certain people, i.e. Africa, the Caribbean, have to be on the bottom no matter how
Teenager, he's
no
right.
matter
Teenager, come
No,
on.
but
no matter
who
how
decide? What he said they
no
decide. Who decides?
I just mentioned it.
Europe,
This is
Europe,
how
Western Europe,
it's
and
been.
America.
Oh,
I
I
can
see.
please. Thank you. Like I just said, I said, sorry, eccentric, and I know I took your time, so I apologize.
No, go for it, man.
So, like I mentioned, I did mention the West. I did mention NATO plus Israel and the remaining so-called Western democracies. So if they've decided that certain people have to be on the bottom, you're not in the club, you're not in the clique, so they're not going to let you come in. So no matter how how no matter your ingenuity, no matter how smart you are, they will do everything either by disrupting your society or causing things like economic chaos in your region. So it's not Iran is right next door. Iran is a what 10, 20,000 year civilization, and they've been trying forever to get nuclear weapons. Not like they can't get it. If Iran decides they want nuclear weapons, barring all the sanctions against them today and all the sanctions against their military, economic, if they decide today that between now and next summer they want a nuclear weapon because they have the warheads to facilitate that, they just haven't enriched uranium. And the United States plus Israel are adamant saying they cannot get it. So it's not about the rest of them being, oh, they just have this
Hold
brilliance
on, no.
about them.
I think part of what you describe as viciousness is the fact that they are able to think outside the box and project faster or in a more advanced way. Because you cannot tell me that the Nasrallah wants to be killed with a bomb over is this in Hezbollah wants their this thing their
Again, so again, if you take it there, it all boils down to viciousness. Because if you see any exchange between Hezbollah and Israel, for example, what has Hezbollah been doing? Same thing Hamas has been doing. They haven't been attacking civilian areas. All they've been doing are attacking and targeting military installations, as opposed to Israel's doctrine of the war. Israel has been, with the blessing of the United States and NATO, attacking civilian areas and civilian
Can I say
buildings.
something? Can I say something in this? Oh, we don't have. We don't have. Let me just say
Hold
something about this,
Wait,
right?
wait, 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 hold on. I think we. I don't want us to deviate from the main train of thought, right? Like what Forefather was saying, right? If, for instance, if Africa wants to move to a point where, he gave an instance with Israel, right? Where Israel is technologically advanced compared to like Hezbollah, right? If for Africa to do that, to get to that point, like Nigeria, right? We have to align ourselves with other powers, right? Nigeria can grow, in terms of we can grow our schooling, we can grow our uh, uh, the intellectual base of the whole country, right? We can advance ourselves scientifically and get to a certain point, but we have to align ourselves with some power to
With
be able to
who?
build ourselves. Like for instance,
With who? Be specific.
be specific. Like if you look at our UAE right now, right? The reason why UAE is able to like advance the way they advance is because they align themselves with the United States of America, right? Economically, they align with United States of America. Same thing with Saudi Arabia, right? United States is providing them
Is
with
that your advice?
military protections, right? So
Is
Africa
that
can.
your advice? Is
My
that
advice
your
is
advice?
we need to align. We need alliance, right? We need
You don't
alliance.
need
Who? With who? With
you
who?
don't need alliance if you haven't taken care of your
Hold
home.
on, brother.
No,
Hold
no,
on, brother.
you hold on. So if you don't need alliance if you haven't built your home front first. So
I
before
agree with
you know what I mean? So before you start thinking about external alliances, you have to ensure that your home front, and this is not only militarily or financial, it also goes mentally, that your people are in line and in tune with your message. So you can teach all the sciences you want, you can teach all the philosophy you want. If your people do not have that grasp of nationhood embedded in their heart and in their mind, this is why something like Biafra,
Hear
it'll be
that?
hard for it to die. So if your people are not buying into the idea, you're wasting your time. So what Nigeria, and again, the black race, I've been listening to everybody all day. The black race is not going forward. Why? Because there's no leader. There has to be a leader, just like the United States is the leader for the Caucasians, and Japan is the leader for the Asians, and Saudi Arabia is the leader for the Arabs and that part of the Middle East, and Brazil or Argentina to a large extent is for the Hispanics. Africa does not have a single central government that calls the shots, and this is a problem. And
Mm.
this is what they are ensuring continues to happen. So you have 54 different countries that are not supposed to exist, that are only colonialist creations. And everybody's like, yeah, this is the idea. And yeah, this is the idea. And Niger says, hey, France, you need to get the F out of our country. And France says, well, we're not going anywhere. Listen, Nigeria, go attack them. You know what I mean? So until we have a leader, a leader meaning a country that's at the forefront to call the shots, Pan-Africanism or whatever name you want to call it is not succeeding. This is why they kill people like Lumumba and ensure that people like Thomas Sankara die and Gaddafi. So they see a leader sprout up, they chop them down. And you know what I mean? So that's
Yeah,
the essence of
based on what
it.
the his brief research that I did on this, we are not we've not moved. I think the this in the Sahelian alliance groups, they seem to have moved in the direction that they needed to in terms of solving the problems, in terms of the alliance they created, and maybe a little bit of their increasing of their security forces, but it's not
Yeah.
enough. They've not gotten into, and most of the stuff they recruited was auxiliary which are civilians really come and join us and help fight this thing. That
no,
concerns
but
me because
no,
they need
what
to
brother?
start getting. I need to start seeing the only military I can say that is in sub-Saharan Africa that is in a kind of they are in a kind of how do I put it, in a kind of solid footing. Like these people are ready to fight anybody that comes at them because and they are small. It's Eritrea. That's the only country that I know that has a solid military that says, you know what, this they didn't. It doesn't have to be that big, but yeah, they made it that big, and they are very very rock solid. We don't have that even in the Sahelian nations, and that concerns me because it means
That's
that
not. I
we need
disagree with
another
that.
way to get out of the mess we are in. If you cannot get to that point, that
I
even
disagree with that. I disagree with that.
eccentric as you, I don't think you were here when I shared this, but let me just share this quickly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I checked the security posture of most of these peaceful European countries like Switzerland, Denmark, all these other countries, 10 years after the Second World War, including Germany and Japan that was defeated. All of them were not in the state of African countries. All of them. They were in a stronger state. So it means we are not even close to where they were. Even the defeated nations, we're not even close where they were. So that is the context I'm coming from. Please go ahead.
So the Sahel region, right? They have an alliance with a superpower, a nuclear superpower. Russia, right? So they have alliance with Russia, right? And they have the Wagner paramilitary group, military group. They're helping train the people. They get all their military hardware from Russia, right? That alliance made them solid. That's why when France got kicked out, France did not boom rush, invade the country and take it over. They would have done that if they did not have that alliance with a superpower, right? That's what made it possible for them to kick out France and Uncle Sam. In Germany recently just took the soldiers out of the Niger Republic. So that's what you need. You need those alliances, man. That's a fact. You need those alliances. And also in the 80s, Nigerian naira was more than United States dollars, man. My uncle was trading. He used to travel to the United States like almost every month. Naira was way bigger than the dollars, right? In terms of exchange rate. So it wasn't a long time ago that economically we were way ahead of even United States of America. So
essentially,
that's a strong
essentially, what do you call an alliance? What do you understand? And I'm not saying this to be denigrating. I'm just saying, what do you understand as an alliance between Africa and the bigger, richer, stronger, more powerful Western countries?
Africa, we need a military alliance, right? And it can come from what do you call it? Well, from BRICS, right? BRICS right now is an economic alliance, a very solid economic alliance. If you look at the GDP, it has surpassed the G7 GDP currently, right? Africa needs to be in boat with BRICS nation, right? This is a paradigm shift. A multipolar world. That's what we need. The only thing that can liberate Africa from where we are right now is a multipolarity. Right now, we are in what's the opposite of multipolarity? I forgot. It's evading my mind right now. That's
Singularity.
Superpower, isn't it?
Whatever. Yeah. So where the West, NATO is dominating everything, right? The Western world have their own military arm called NATO, right? And this is their power play. This is how they play. We can emulate from how we can play like how they play too. We can have our own NATO, right? First, we can start with BRICS. Have this economic alliance, and then we can start our own NATO. But
I think you have a point. You touched on something that I think if you have BRICS, sorry, if you can be able to join BRICS, let's say Nigeria is able to join BRICS, it might give us a little bit of clout. But I don't know whether it's going to help us bring West Africa together.
You know why Nigeria was rejected? You know why Nigeria?
We will be trading with our own currency if we join BRICS. If we join BRICS, Naira will go back way up. It will be on tandem.
You know why?
A lot of top currencies. We will be setting prices for our goods.
Based on what postulations, do you think the Naira will increase in value if we joined BRICS and started trading with them?
So BRIC members, right, trade in their national currencies, right?
Yeah, currency exchanges.
They don't trade in dollars, right? The reason why our money is going down in terms of value is because it's in parity with United States dollars, right? So whatever happens here, whenever interest rate get raised or interest rate drops, it affects our money, right? You can look up the whole economic how the whole thing works, right? I'm not going to go into that. But if we trade,
but Nigeria cannot join BRICS.
Yes,
so that's the whole thing. That's an if. Nigeria, hold on, man. Hold on, dude. We understand. You don't have to talk no more about Nigeria and BRICS. It's not gonna happen now.
But he's trying to.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain something. Like, just let him.
If we, like, BRIC members trade with their own currencies, right? If Nigeria joins BRIC, we will trade with our own currency. We can set our prices, right? If we set our prices, it will elevate our currency. You can look up the mechanics of it, right? It's pretty simple, you know. That's what we need because the problem is like if I want to buy something from United States of America, I mean Nigeria, right? I have to exchange my money to the dollars, right? The person that has the dollar can set the price because he's running the monopoly. The monopoly is dollar, right? The American I forgot the body what it's called. They can set the price. They can tell you, hey, well, we are selling you dollars at this price.
Yeah,
We're
but
gonna
we know
sell it at
all
this.
this. All I'm saying is how does an alliance, because my question was just how does an alliance
Yeah.
benefit Nigeria if we join, for example, like he rightly said, we cannot join BRICS, right? They rejected our application. So how does that benefit us as a nation?
Let me just say this. It could be, if Nigeria was friendly, it could benefit Nigeria if the BRICS would accept them. But Nigeria is not friendly. Nigeria is naked in bed with the United States. Actually naked. You see me? So that's the problem. You feel me? It is Tinubu. It's Tinubu that got Nigeria rejected. It's Tinubu.
No, it's
He's the one that
it's
caused
not
that.
him.
No.
No,
You see what happened with BRICS?
no alliance right now is going to benefit Nigeria, which is why I was just listening to Eccentric. I wanted to see what his
Where he was
postulation
going.
was, and this is what I wanted to hear when what
Okay,
you were saying.
explain.
And
Explain.
no, like I said severally, there's always a hierarchy in global politics. Okay, he mentioned Saudi Arabia, and I think what he's not understanding about the Saudis and the Omanis and the Bahrainis and the Emiratis, the alliance they had with the United States was it was beneficial to both of them. America has nothing but weapons. The Saudis had nothing but oil. But America somehow had to be a superpower. And how do we do this, especially since the gold standard has been eliminated, was to peg the most needed commodity, the most wanted commodity on earth with the worthless paper that is the United States dollar. And what do? We form an alliance with the people that have all this oil in exchange for weapons. You want to destroy the hoodies? Go ahead. We'll give you all the B-52s you want. You want to attack Iraq because they are Shiites? We got you. F-16s, they're coming your way. Just give us all the oil you want, and then we're going to peg it to the dollar. They had something to exchange. In that way, even the Emiratis refused to join certain alliances. So each side traded with what they had. Nigeria joining any alliance right now would not be beneficial. You have nothing to trade.
You
You
see
are
that's what I keep saying that maybe this president that we have made a mistake with the Sahel nations. That was a something that they could have offered. They will say, okay, these guys want to leave, or they are not going to be part of your hemisphere anymore. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. You need to give us this. You need to be like this. I will rein them in, and I will tell them that your people are not going to be suffering anymore. You see, you can help them achieve some of their goals while Nigeria advances. But we didn't negotiate one thing. I don't know one thing he negotiated for.
because you have nothing to trade. And it is not to
Let me,
Tinubu that
But that
it
was
is
a
not
trade now. That
it
was
is
a
not
trade.
so if I may,
no, it is not no,
very quickly,
you may
Sorry,
not, you may
instead of
not, sir. So
instead
it
of
is
trying to invade Niger, that was a trade he should have made. If he hadn't tried to invade Niger, today he may have gained their confidence against.
probably with money. Probably with money. Maybe you could say because there's a way other governments basically scam the West. Like Afghanistan, for example. They'll say, don't worry, even Iran. Oh, don't worry, you want this problem fixed? Give us $10 billion. We got you, we'll do it. So maybe in terms of money, they could have got something off, which
Yeah.
is what Nigeria needs to have been doing a long time ago. In fact, you could create situations where you will force them and pretend like you create. This is what the West does, and this is what a lot of people don't get. You create the problem and you offer the solution, and this is
Yeah.
something Nigeria
But
could have
but
done.
but look at
Let
what
me let me say this
what
very
formula
quickly, if I may. If
using.
please, if I
Okay,
may,
go ahead.
forefather.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, where BRICS is concerned, at the time during Buhari and just before, because I've been following BRICS since its beginnings,
Mm-hmm.
the BRICS nations in the whole world, what they wanted was Nigeria, and they were propagating it to be called the BRICS with Nigeria's N involved.
Yeah.
Because of the way Nigeria is a lumbering giant and walks very slowly when opportunities are open to it, they missed the chance. So by the time Buhari came, basically BRICS weren't interested anymore because there was a lot of interest in their movement, in their in their economic movement, which I think was just, especially given the difference between fiat currency and any other. So with that, my submission, given the way the politics is, that Nigeria always doesn't understand its power, doesn't understand it, and gets involved in a lot of fricka in terms of breaking their leverage, as was widely spoken earlier, to a zero position. So now, what to me is expedient in terms of thought for Nigeria in the direction it should be heading politically, socially, and economically, is to bound a region economically through what is West Africa and ECOWAS, I suppose, together with the French or the Francophone African nations, and bringing that under one currency. If it is done, it's not that Nigeria doesn't need or um, uh, wouldn't uh, what's it called, appreciate from alliances abroad, but it would have an economic situation of around 450 to 500 million people in one region, to which that in itself is an economic power base. This is the direction I believe that Nigeria needs to take before doing any other thing. If you have a currency based and backed with commodities, gold, oil, and what we have in the West African region, this is no longer a fiat currency and can easily trade within the BRICS situation, as South Africa is involved, and Brazil, and countries that have some kind of similarity, if you like, and with the greatest superpowers between Russia, two superpowers between Russia and China. And that's economically. This definitely would give us as Nigerians who are around the world a power base in which to buy into, which is that our currencies are being traded and we are buying into those currencies for those who
So
trade
wait,
them.
you want Nigeria
Build
to run West Africa and also join BRICS?
a strong economic base for us, I believe.
Okay,
But
so it's not.
I believe that these notions are in the diaspora. They're not in the West.
Wait,
And
Jordan.
You know what?
how
You
do
know
we
what I believe
navigate?
You
in terms of.
want Nigeria to be in charge, basically to have an alliance with West Africa, which if there was a West African alliance right now, Nigeria would be at the forefront. They'd be the big door.
I believe the forefront, but I
Okay,
don't reckon on
well,
the word
hold up.
alliance for this
So
for the operation. I reckon on it
how is
as
it?
a region, an
How is it
economic
not an
region.
okay? That's an alliance. If you have one single currency with the remaining countries in West Africa, you have an alliance, an economic alliance. That's what it
Fair
is.
enough, if
So
you wish
okay,
to put it that way.
no, it's not what I put it. What it is.
No,
So
no, no.
you
Fair
want
enough. I'm
good.
saying fair
So
enough.
if
Continue, but I don't reason it like
so
that.
well, what you envision does not matter. It is an alliance.
It matters now
You
because it's
cannot
my
recalibrate.
reckoning.
You cannot recalibrate the English language. If you join a
It's
bunch
not
of countries,
recalibrating. It's
if
just
you
thought.
join
It's
a
just
bunch of
thought.
countries, if you join a bunch of countries in an economic
If you
community,
like, continue.
if you do that, that is an alliance. So
If you like.
moving on, if you want West Africa, Nigeria, you think it is feasible for Nigeria to run a West African alliance and at the same time be allowed to join BRICS? It will
Why
never
not?
No, I didn't
happen.
say that. I didn't say that
Why
they should
not
join
though?
BRICS. I said that it would be easy because of the way BRICS operates, and South Africa is part of BRICS. For us to trade between West African region, as I've put it, and South Africa won't be an issue, as it is an issue trading through the fiat currencies of the West, the dollar in particular. That is what I'm saying. Or
Okay, let me say this. Oh, jump off Nigeria. Let me say about the AES. I don't think none of them should join BRICS as individual countries. I think now that they have the AES, I think they should join BRICS as the AES. But now about the currency of the AES, I think they should join with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a free country and not a colony, and Zimbabwe struggle with what you call leveraging their currency, and it's backed by gold. I think the central gold states in Africa, it would be good for the AES to reach out and try to make Zimbabwe be their federal their federal currency supplier. You feel me? In terms of using that currency to make Zimbabwe grow and make their currency become strong, and the AES it would in fact make the AES country more less vulnerable because of shocks from Europe, because of the France now, it would be harder for them to try to what you call make fake money and inject it in their communities. You feel me? It would be harder because it's a different entity, unaware, unknown to the French. You feel me? So I think something like that would do good for the AES, and it would make a more continental unity.
Thank you. For me, what we were talking about was about coming up with original ideas, and then also within the African context, where these original thoughts can originate from. That's to allow it to come out more frequently, because we have a top-down culture where the adults, determine what happens and what doesn't happen. Should we start encouraging in some way the young and anyone really to come up with new ideas, and like me now, I believe that almost everybody should be studying tech as a given. There's no point doing anything else, because technology is taking over everything else anyway. If you want to study law, technology is going to take over law. If you want to study mechanical engineering, tech is taking it. Everything tech is taking it. So you might as well just go and study the tech, short-circuit the process. So that kind of thinking that has never happened in any nation before is what we have to do, groundbreaking stuff, if we are going to get out of the kind of situation we are in. And that's the question.
yes, sir.
How do we do things like that? How do we start changing mind? I agree with this thing I can fire about having that Pan-Africanist kind of education system, because clearly you have to have your own head together first before you start coming up with great ideas, because the ideas, if it's not tailored to suit you, you're going to do it for other people.
We need African loyalists and Black loyalists. We need these people in Africa. If you have people be like, oh, I love everybody, man, that type of shit gonna kill you.
I think the underlining is on what forefathers is saying as to original thought and of strategic thinking that changes the worldview, the opportunity based for Nigerian people of African descent. It's a big question, and I think it's for our generation to take a bit of the weight away from the generations that are going to follow us. Because
I want to ask a question.
Please. All we may do is wait and pour in the pressure on the next generation instead of taking some of the pressure that they will obviously have. Because we know, bruv. We know the pressure that we have lived as individuals alone. We don't have to even clump up together. As individual Black people, we know the pressures that we have received from the generations above. So do we just add that to the generations below and let them have more pressure? These are serious questions. I don't think we can just put all the necessary negatives, all of the necessary history that we already know. What we're asking is, how do we move from here?
Oh, no, man. Stop your foolishness, man.
Wait.
That's foolishness, man.
I want us to understand.
No. Django, you can't have that in your hands now while you are here. You know
it's not. It's a cigarette, bro. But don't worry.
You're not allowed to have it now.
Okay.
How can you hide history from your people?
No, it's not about that. You're not understanding me, my brother.
Talking about you bothering the people.
No, you're not understanding.
Even when you rich, let me tell you,
understand me first, bro.
Try to keep. Okay, I use 30 seconds to summarize.
Bro, I'm not being that long. I haven't spoken for a long time. Just we're having a discussion, I hope, and we will say what we feel we have to say, and we should be allowed to say it, please.
So that you can go around, because I think
it will go. Bro, I don't think I've taken too much time, and I'm capable of being quiet. Believe me, I am capable of it.
No, it's not about
what I'm saying is that there is a question that we seem to be avoiding. We can add our negatives. They are real. We can add the fact that this thing is going to be difficult. That's real. But what I really want to see people's minds focused on, can it change? Is it impossible to change? Is it a foregone conclusion that we will remain in this position? Or are we going to take some energy within the generation that we have in order to ease the fire from the generation to come? That's all I'm wanting to kind of look forward to in hearing, really. That's
Sorry,
me.
what was that last part of your statement? Something about are we going to take something from a generation now so that we take something out of the generation?
No, he's saying this, right? He's saying like, okay, if we have won the financial war and we need to and we are real comfortable, then why burden the children with teaching them about the negative things about history and all that stuff? So our children supposed to grow up as some little softy.
That's not what I'm saying. You are misunderstanding me completely.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
Don't put words in his mouth.
Clarify. Don't argue. Clarify.
See, for me, right? See, for me, yeah.
If he's here, let him clarify what he meant. Don't say this is what he meant. That's kind of crazy.
I don't know.
Let me try and clarify.
I didn't know that the man is not here. I didn't know.
Let me try to clarify. Let's not. This conversation has been run pretty well. Let's try and allow each to speak
Just
and
clarify the last statement you made in the last
okay.
part. Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying that we do have a responsibility in our generation, not to make some level of movement forward away from the status quo that we have been involved with for God knows how long. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that we add our nous, we add our expedition, we add our energy to making some move before it's our children's turn to do so. Because soon, very soon, it will be our children's turn. We are all of adult age in terms of we are possibly planning for retirement. We're possibly putting our eggs where they need to be in terms of.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
So all that we have, education-wise, skill-based wise, notion-wise, as to how we change the polity of our world, beginning from a powerful country in Nigeria, as weak and as stumbling as it is, it still remains rather powerful, most especially in terms of its economics. We need to do ours to make a move.
Well, the
That is
question is
what I'm
not
saying.
being answered. We are not necessarily dealing with the core of the question about creating an ecosystem or an environment where original thoughts emerge. That is the core of the question, and
So,
nobody technically has answered it. Often we
Brothers,
go
see,
after.
No, to Niger. No, to Niger. I hear some
let me give you
original
this,
thoughts
brothers, right?
from. Hold on. I hear some
I'm
original
not asking
thoughts,
for
man.
original thoughts. I'm asking for how do we get original thoughts out in an innovative environment? Yeah.
Oh, you mean
Yeah, but
platforms?
forefathers, what do you define as original thoughts? Because from what I see, what everybody been doing has been providing divergent opinions and creative thinking, which is actually the premise of original thought. So I don't think
most
there's
of the
anything wrong in what everybody been doing.
No, I'm getting no. Hold on to Niger. Let me explain to Big Bro. So I understand what to Niger is saying now. He's not really saying that we should give original thought. He's actually saying how can we provide platforms or ways and means for original thought. And as you say, we need to explain what original thought is. I don't believe in original thought totally because it needs to add more. I think original. Hold on.
Somebody else
Let me
laugh.
speak.
We need him to
Let me
explain
speak.
what he meant by that. First of all, we need to have like clarity. First of all, before you say you don't believe in original thought, and then dive.
Yeah, but can I speak? Can I speak? Just allow me. Allow me, please.
No,
Allow me, please, sir.
Let the moderator.
No,
Let the moderator explain
no, sir.
what he means by original
No,
thought.
sir. I'm talking. You gonna just chill and let me talk. Have some discipline.
You've been talking, man. You've been talking. We gonna back out. I can back out for you. You can just keep talking.
Are you gonna make it an argument? I'm talking, man.
Nah, stay on the same trick. I love hearing you talk.
I'm talking, bro. Chill out, man. You feel me?
Let the moderator
Have some
explain
decorum, man. I'm talking. So what? The man is not talking. I'm talking. So what? So what, dude?
I can fire.
Be quiet, man.
What he was saying was that. Hold on. I think I can fire. What he was saying was that since you are saying you are not very clear what I was talking about.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. He don't know what I'm saying. He need to be quiet. And if he plans on being disrespectful, I can do also the same thing.
I know.
Chill
That's
out,
not
dude.
what he was trying to do. Please go ahead.
No, he's doing it. He's doing it, bro. And he's getting me mad because he seemed to be non-tolerant. Now chill out, dude. You feel me? Now let me say this. Let me say this. You feel me? I understand what you're saying totally. You feel me? But you see, a lot of times we need to be specific in how we speak. You feel me? Having an original thought don't have a topic. You feel me? in terms of you can have a original animated thought, and I don't care about cartoons. You feel me? And you can have original bullshit. So what I'm trying to say is, of course, we need to have an original thought about consciousness and progressivism in the black world, and how we gonna create original thought to about making unity be more restored. You feel me? So that's all I was saying about original thoughts. I'm not stupid. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is, bro, you feel me? We need to be clear about things, because I don't want to beat around the bush about stuff. And a lot of people be like, oh, those person did that, or those. So sometimes we need to clarify. We need to be specific. Point on who you say did what, and who you say doing what, and don't expect us to be mind readers. You feel me? So if I say if the Arabs did like the Arabs did our people things, I'm gonna talk about Arabs, and I'm gonna make sure you know it's the Arabs I'm talking about. Same with the Europeans. You feel me? I don't want to like I can't take this they. Yeah, you can say they when you have already dictated that it's the Arabs you're talking about. You feel me? But all this scaredy talk, like we scared, that's what killing us, because we're scared to point out the enemies that we need to unite against. You feel me?
We are talking about the original thought now. You already alluded to it when you started. So why don't you go in that direction?
Okay, you're saying that platforms for original thought. Well, first of all, for I would say, do we want just original thought, or do we want conscious original thought? But we need platforms. The platforms for it you can get killed for the platforms for it. Only on YouTube you have free space to our certain social media. You have free space to have original conscious thought. You feel me? And see, they banning it on YouTube also. You feel me? But in the literal world, the government and also immoral, or people who have learned immorality, who wants these things, like the thieves, like the scammers, these people, and also the prostitutes and all, these people will kill you in the real life. In real life.
Well, then you've
You feel
drifted
me?
away. This is what we
So
are
No,
talking
no,
about.
no,
you're saying
forefather,
the platform.
he's
You're
really said
saying
now. Allow because of what he's saying.
no,
His
but he's
point is
saying that
that
where
he
can
doesn't
we
really like
get
original
platform?
thought. Make you move on to the next person when you're ready now.
No, but you're saying that we need. How can we get platforms? What kind of platforms are you talking about? YouTube streams, internet platforms? Are you talking about real life platforms? What platforms are you
Brother.
talking about?
What forefathers is putting forward is not that complicated. The stream of what we are talking about is how we make a change.
Bro,
Forefather is
I'm not
putting
in there
forward.
talking with you, bro,
Listen for
because
a minute. Listen
you
for a
seem a
minute,
bit arrogant. You seem
brother.
a bit
Please
arrogant.
listen.
Talk to somebody else, man. Talk to somebody else, man.
Yeah. Okay. Just listen for a while.
All right.
Whether
Don't
you
talk to
wanna.
me, man. Talk to somebody else. You don't have no manners.
All right. Whatever. What the brother is saying
Yeah,
is
whatever, too.
how do we make a move from the position we're in to a position that will be more profitable for us? Now, he's putting forward that original thought is needed in this aspect. You are saying that you don't believe there's original thought, that we should just use what we have now to move, even though for the last God knows how long, we haven't necessarily been able to make a positive move on the world stage. So I
You ain't
accept
trying to eat.
what you're saying.
All you've been doing all your
Let's
life
now
is
move on to
bullshit.
the next
You ain't
person.
trying to eat.
Okay. Let's see. I can find. Let me give you another example of what
Oh,
I'm
bro,
talking about.
you're not doing justice to this
Hold on now.
conversation.
Just hold on
And
now.
you're not doing justice either.
you don't know what I'm saying. I agree with what you just said. See, the point I'm making is that let's say you have a society where people are actually encouraged to have original thought. So if they are trying to think about, oh, let's we are now black conscious original thought, like the way I can find this is suggested. Let's say they had that and they were trying to think now, they wouldn't be saying, okay, let's just go back to our ancestors worship and all that. They will be thinking about how do they make it relevant for the future, not just to the past. They have to start thinking, because those our ancestors that created those ones, they had original thoughts. You see, those are the ones that break new grounds, and we need to start encouraging that among, because what we tend to do, especially in Pan-Africanism, we tend to do that quite a lot, where we say let's go back in terms of our religion and our beliefs to the past, and then we say,
No,
unite
no,
the past is actually good, but the religion and belief is often to the past.
no. The reason why you think that way, to Niger, is because you are not totally aware of Pan Africanists, and you're not totally aware of people who are real Pan Africanists and see the viewpoint that Pan Africanists see. We don't want to go. We don't want to dress in bushes and scare anybody. Not, we ain't trying to do anything like that. We didn't say anything like that.
No,
You
it's
see
about
me?
religion. The religion, that's what
Hold
we
on,
do.
hold on. Nothing is wrong with people's tradition. You feel me? Who wants to go back to their tradition can go back to their tradition. But we ain't talking. That's not how I see things as a Pan Africanist. As a Pan Africanist, I see things like we only need real rules. Like it don't matter if you're from the West or in Africa. You feel me? We only need real rules. The Ma'at is enough for Africa. You don't have to be you don't have to be dancing naked or be or be becoming a bushman in order to obligate yourself to the Ma'at. You feel me? You don't have to do wear ancient clothes or not like that. The Ma'at applies in the modern world just like it applies in ancient worlds. You feel me? What we need to do is modernize with righteousness. You feel me? With goodness towards blackness. You feel me? That's the only way our modernization will prosper. You feel me? And when I say that is when I say um will prosper, we not gonna act like people not after us. So in fact, we need to prepare for war. You feel me? Before all this rosy prosperity, we need not to think about peace right now. We just don't need to do that. We need to think about agitating our people for victory in applying whatever skills and stunts we need to be victorious. We maybe need to be dishonest in a lot of our dealings with other races and all that. We maybe need to play hypocrite and all that, but we need to win. You feel me? And when I say we, I mean black people of the world. You feel me?
Thank you.
Africa. Let me tell you something.
This is the eccentric cast, so I can say something. He hasn't said anything for a while. Eccentric cast, like as I was saying, I feel like we need to create. I have that space after we implement. When we get our head back, you have to get your head back, and I think probably you
Brother,
need to get yes.
brother. See, I want to say something. I don't know if it makes sense, right? Okay.
I wanted to okay, but you have
Is
not
it
said
is it
anything for
is
a
it
while
is it
anyway.
possible? Is it possible, right? For like the history of our people that has for decades or even centuries been trying to erase, like we should try and get this history back and teach our people, and nurture it and let it grow from there. Because what we are talking so far is like we're talking about the end or the targets or where we are supposed to be. But now that too many water has gone under the bridge, is it possible for not to say start all over again, but at least start with the history teaching first, the true unadulterated history first, teach them and allow them to, or make sure they imbibe and they accept it, they embrace it, and allow you to grow from there. Because the love of our culture that we have right now is what we were taught when we were small, and that is what most of us still have in our old age. Now we may have failed not doing the same for our kids because the education is not helping right now. So we must have faith in because of our trying to provide for our family, hustling here and there, not being able to have time for this. So you can see even some parents are even hiring, putting their children in boarding house or house help to take care of their children. They are not even there for their children anymore to even pass down what they've learned from their parents down to their children. So there will not be this, history gap, history knowledge gap between we and our children. So it's not better for us to even teach them, take them home a few times, take them to museums, books, whatever that will teach them our history, so that that knowledge will be there in them. And you never can tell.
Yes.
If we show it, it can grow, you know, make them to even be more interested in our history and be better than us, rather than for us to just, oh, we want our history back and we are aiming the whites this and that, like what I can fire said, the reduce this race and increase this race and this and that. Like these are future goals, right? That we want to. But what about the initial goals, the foundation, the seed planting first? You understand?
Yes.
The
Yes.
grazing of the tilling of the soil and planting the seed first, then nurture it and allow it to grow, rather than you know having this wide dream of how it's supposed to be, how we want it to be. You understand? We just focus on
Mm.
harvest without even looking at the planting. I guess we're missing this whole point. So why not do the planting and nurture it, then allow it
Oh
to grow
no,
from
I agree with you on the planting
there.
and
You get the point.
nurturing it, but what I'm going beyond the planting because that's why I gave the example between Israel and this in Hezbollah, because they are two different people and both of them are conscious of each other. They know themselves fully,
Yeah,
but one is
they
moving
know and
faster
embrace,
than the other.
they know and embrace their culture.
Yes, but one is moving faster than the other. Hence why.
One is there. Yeah, is that it's not by default. The one moving ahead of the other is not by default. Is conscious effort to sabotage one's efforts
Yeah,
and
but we all know that Israel is a
and
world power.
helping
Israel,
and helping the other
one,
one.
what you know?
No. Apart from Israel being a world power, as in there's also a conspiracy with other allies
Yeah,
Israel
yeah,
to stifle the growth of the
Can,
other
can I
side
can I just say this,
deliberately.
Local P?
yeah. I
Can I just
understand
say
that
this,
part,
Local
but
P? Can I just say this,
Okay,
Local P?
can we take this
You know,
backstage? Should we take
there's
this
a
back
way that
so
you
that
disappear for hours on end, or and then you just come in and interrupt. I wanted you to land first before I said this. We forefathers was introducing uh,
eccentric?
to speak, and rudely you just interrupted the whole place. But I need you to underline that for yourself in terms of your own position in this thing. It was a bit rude. I'll put it to you like that. You should allow eccentric to speak, please.
No, no, Jagaban, you have a little
Oh my
um
God, why are you speaking to me,
attitude.
my
You
brother?
have a little
Let the
attitude.
eccentric
You're
speak.
not
Can we
going.
let this
You're
go
not.
now? Hold on.
You, you're
Let's
not gonna like me. You're not gonna like me because
let's
I
finish
know
this.
this. I
I don't
know this
let's
thing.
not do this now.
I know this thing's easy, Jagaban. Nothing slips from me.
There's
Okay,
a
let's.
difference between Jagaban and Jagun, my brother.
Yeah, Jagava Jago is just hey, don't do that now. You don't do that on live this thing. You can't do that on live this thing. Okay, so I think we need to go backstage. Eccentric, don't worry, you will say I will let you speak before you will be the last person.
Excuse me.
Yeah, let me just say some thank yous to the people that attended the show. Gentlemen, I really appreciate you for coming in. I really do, because you guys spend your precious time here. because you care about the community and you want to talk about, discuss some of these important topics. I really appreciate you, Loco P. I speak the truth. Eccentric cast for coming in. You came in before and you went and you came back in again. And Jagun, as always, thank you for coming in today. I appreciate you for spending time with us. And from what I gather, you were the one asking about me when I went missing. I really thank you because for all you know, I've been taking it to some Aso Rock dungeon. But that didn't happen, so I appreciate it. Jago, thank you for that and for coming in. I Can Fire, as always, I appreciate you. And let's take it easy. I Can Fire, I really appreciate you for coming in. And obviously, your ideas are very, very sound in many, many ways, other than trying to genocide another group. It's all right. We're all in this city. We're all living and learning. So I will thank the people that donated. Don't worry, we're going to go backstage. We're going to go backstage. Timajek, I see you there. Timajek donated £4.99. We need to get used to contributing because this channel costs money to maintain. He did a lot of good work to do that. That's the Dr. Rudolph. Igbo Basics with his $5. Hi, the dollars are ruling. No, the dollars are rulers right now. They are ruling everything. Igbo Basic again, another Igbo Basic $5. Thank you for that, Igbo Basic. Oscar Blackbone, another $5 again. Oh, my goodness, $499. The Americans are the ones spending all the money today. Oscar Blackbone again, $5. Colata as always $2. Colata, I really thank you, but this $2 thing, if it was cash, you have just invented a new denomination. Man of Prestige. You see, this is that's why he's the man of prestige. He's a prestige. $49.99. And I would really appreciate that. One man went to Mo. Oh, Alexander Gomez is $5. Thank you very much, Sir Alexander Gomez, for the $5. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure Dr. Damages would say the same. I think he actually did before he left this time. Highbury 10, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Highbury 10. Yes, Daddy TV. Yes, Daddy TV. I've had a lot of people complain about the Yes, Daddy TV. Nwachuku, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Nwachuku, and for giving me a good welcome. I know you guys have already started attacking me a little bit today. It's all good. Aloy Udense. Thank you for joining us, Aloy Udense. I appreciate you. Citizen TV. I see you there too, Citizen TV. Thank you for joining us. I think I've said Timajek. Yeah, I think I've said Timajek. Thank you for joining us. Let's see who else is there. Obviously, Fumio was here. Topeo, Adama. I gathered that they were not very happy with me, but it's all right. It's not new. They always are nice with me. But Guy Onwanlele, thank you for being there and joining us today. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there on the chat too. Boom Ray, and that is I Speak the Truth. Boom Boom Ray, and yeah, that should be it for now. Oga, I see you there too. Let me just play us out so that I can close this session.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.